Okay. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining early morning. We're here with the session, already the second Women in STEM track. So for those who attended the first track in e-AGE24, you know how we started and now how we continue. So I hope there's quite a difference between last year and this one. Okay. So I will start. Yes. Okay. I'm not starting. How are you? Apparently, some people did not wake up yet. I don't have something to say. So please. Maybe open the Canva link directly. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Reis, we have been informed that you have a wonderful speech that you would like to give. So maybe until they prepare themselves, so could you please give the speech now? It's 1 minute something. I don't know, wonderful things to say. A wisdom message. Yeah.
صباح الخير جميعا. شكرا دكتور على اللفتة اللطيفة. يعني الواقع يعني أنا مسرور جدا إنه في مجموعة من الشباب والصبايا إن شاء الله اللي راح يكونوا موجودين معنا هذا اليوم للشباب. أنا بس هذه قصة صغيرة من جدي رحمه الله. جدي كان يشتغل بالإحجار، فكان عنده مقولة يحكيها دائما: بتجيب الصخرة الكبيرة وتحاول أن تكسرها، يضربوها بالمهدئ، وتضربها للمرة الأولى لا يحصل شيء، تضربها للمرة الثانية لا يحصل شيء، لا تنقسم، للمرة الثالثة، وهكذا، والمرة 40 والمرة 50 والمرة 90 والمرة 99 ولا يحصل شيء. الصخرة كأنها لم تمس. وفي الضربة رقم 100 تنفلق الصخرة. السؤال: هل انفلقت الصخرة بسبب ضربة واحدة التي هي رقم 100؟ السؤال الثاني: هل كانت جميع الضربات التي كانت قبل ذلك ذهبت سدى، لم تكن مفيدة؟ الواقع أنه هاي قصة يمكن ساعدتني من جدي رحمه الله على قضية المثابرة. أكيد لم تكن الضربات 99 السابقة سدى، ولم تنفلق الصخرة بسبب الضربة رقم 100. انفلقت الصخرة لأنه بسبب المثابرة والإصرار والعزيمة والإيمان بأنها ستنفلق. وربما يعني أذكر هذه القصة بس فقط، لربما في قضايا العلوم وقضايا قضايا التنمية بشكل عام وكذا. قد يصاب البعض منا أنه يا أخي طب أوكي طب حكينا مرة وحكينا تنتين وحكينا 5. طب متى يحصل الاختراق؟ متى تنفرق الصخرة؟ ستنفرق إذا أمنا بذلك وإذا كان لدينا إصرار على ذلك. فأنا أدعو جميع الشباب خاصة والجميع أنه بالعكس كلما استمرينا وكان عندنا إصرار واستمرار، وكما قال جدي عليك أن جدي كان يقولها دائما باللهجة، بدك تآمن بهذا الحق وظلك مصر على هذا الموضوع إلى أن تصل إلى ما تريد. شكرا.
Okay, hello again. Thank you so much for the wonderful words and wisdom. So I was saying we're here already in the second Women's STEM track. And since last year, we have worked to do something more practical, something that can be touchable, tangible, with tangible results. So let's look back why we are here and why we're doing this. And what is the second Women's STEM track? What is Women's STEM track? Okay, according under UMIT Plus project, the EU-funded project, we have activity support gender equality in the ASEAN community. And basically the objectives of it is to promote and support gender equality across the community of the Arab region. Our focus area is to have representation, more representation for women, for them to have a space where they can network, they can express their challenges, and we can look for solutions together. Our main initiatives is two. The Women's STEM track, which supposedly be a track, a platform, where we provide either knowledge exchange session, panels, or workshops where women can actually benefit. And it should accompany e-AGE conference, the annual conference of ASEAN. The second one is the mentoring program. So let's look at these as an overview. Our first Women STEM track was at e-AGE24, where we invited these wonderful ladies, and we have one here with us, Dr. Rima. They had a wonderful discussion about not the challenges, because everyone discusses challenges, but they spotlighted the solutions that they found for these challenges, whether they faced it in their professional lives or personal ones. So as you can see in the picture. Then in March 2025, we followed this. We heard their voices. They said, we want a network. We want a space where we can talk to each other, hear more. We don't want to end with the Women's STEM track and pack and then leave with these insights that we already discussed. So we launched the Women in STEM mailing list, and we called it later, with the efforts of the ladies, STEM Rise. So basically, the objective is they expressed the need for mentoring, networking, and peer support in the Arab region. A platform where they can exchange knowledge and expertise, because as you can see in the conference, we have early career researchers and we have experts. So it's good that we connect them together so they can benefit from each other. We address challenges and we create opportunities. We don't talk challenges only, we try to find solutions for them by working together. So as I said, it's a dedicated mailing list for this opportunity. We launched it, let's say initially in March 2025, in hope that we grow this network further and further, and then we can start the objective that it was built for. We try to send engagement activities, opportunities that we hear about that women can benefit from, either grants opportunity, for example, workshop events that they can attend. But we're working on having more engagement by hoping to host possible weekly activities where we can have webinars and so on. And I will talk about one soon. It's open for women professionals in STEM to mentor, learn, and connect. I see that even the mentors themselves learn by giving the opportunity, giving this workshop. So I mentioned the webinar, and we had a wonderful one as well in July this year. It's called Women Leading Change. We wanted this to be a first step to plan a practical workshop for women on entrepreneurship. So we invited women entrepreneurs to come speak, talk about their success stories, and we had different levels, early career and as well experts, so they can connect and talk about their experience, how they reached this point. So we ended up with this map that you can see. We asked them by the end of this wonderful webinar, what is entrepreneurship for them? And they had different ideas. They said passion, they said networking, but they said as well being tired. They talked about creativity, but as well talked about challenges. They talked about leadership, ideas. Even failure is something that you can learn from, and it leads you to be an entrepreneur, successful entrepreneur. Even a lady said, without failure, we cannot actually learn. So embrace the failure because that's the way you can learn. And then what we did a couple of days ago, and why it was the objective why we did this map, because we wanted to hear from people what they want. And we planned a workshop on entrepreneurship, a full day workshop. We had ladies, but as well gentlemen attending this workshop. It had different topics, starting from grant writing and funding, because we know economical aspects can influence and cause a challenge for many women and men as well. So we wanted them to learn about how to write a granting, how to write a proposal for them to secure a granting. Then AI and digital transformation. It's the era of AI, and we have to keep up with the updates. So Dr. Naila offered this workshop where it talked about AI and how we can utilize this and use it in business. And then we had a session on open science, utilizing open source tools in business with Dr. Rania from NARS. And then we ended up with digital marketing, branding, communicating science. So the people who registered, the women who registered for this workshop, had to choose 2 out of these 4 to explore further, and they had hands-on training where we have seen from their feedback that they have benefited much from. So let's look at the video to see a highlight and a summary of this day. هذا الموضوع واضح من خلال التعبير عن اختياراتنا الخاصة وتوصل بشكل خاص من النظرة المجتمعية من العار أو من نظرة المجتمع بشكل عام للكل. طريقة الحاجة أنا بدي أتطرق I am proud of this inline call. For the first time for Turkey and for the Middle East. It's an inline built by the National Council of Turkey. So right now I am in the commissioning phase. So I witnessed the installation and commissioning of the design. So I am proud of this project with you. Should we clap for this achievement? Thank you. Okay, so let's look at real feedback. We had a QR code where they asked the ladies that participated, the gentlemen as well, sorry, how relevant was the topic to your interest and work, and we're happy to see that it was very relevant, or at least relevant. How would you rate the overall quality of the workshop? Good and above. So that's excellent. And then finally, would you like to attend similar events in the future? And it's a big yes. So we hope to host more and more of these initiatives in the future. And we hope to see many of you, even e-AGE26 and up. And then we come to some of the words that they shared. The engagement with the audience, the clear and easy to understand presentations. We asked them what they enjoyed the most about the workshop. The cooperation with colleagues from other countries, listening to each one and getting inspired by their ideas. Exchange of learning among different participants and the quality of delivery and facilitation. And then we have a long one. What I enjoyed most about the Women in STEM workshop was the clarity it brought to how AI and digital transformation are reshaping modern business. The practical examples of AI tools and their real-world applications made the topic feel both relevant and actionable. Thank you so much for your feedback. We reach now today. We want to continue the discussion on entrepreneurship, and especially when it comes to building strategic partnerships and overcoming challenges. We invite our guest, starting from the chair, Professor Elizabeth New. Please come forward and invite your guest. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Radine, for the great introduction. What an exciting workshop it sounds like on Sunday. So I'm really pleased to be here to chair this session, and I did ask all of the wonderful panelists to come and join me because I will introduce them all in turn. So my name is Elizabeth New. I'm actually a professor of chemistry at the University of Sydney in Australia. But for the last 2 and a bit years, I've been living in Jordan with my family. So I continue to run my research group of about 20 people in Australia, while I'm trying to build connections with science here in Jordan. So among many roles that I've had here, I'm scientific consultant at Sesame, and I teach at the University of Jordan at the moment. So these last few years have given me a great opportunity to observe the resilience and enthusiasm of scientists in Jordan and in the region, as well as the challenges faced in science and in academia more generally. So I'm really excited to be in discussion with these wonderful women here. I think I will have a lot to learn today, and I hope that you will as well. The challenge of encouraging girls to work in STEM is not a challenge just for this region. It is a challenge the world over. And so I've been involved in many discussions, many similar sorts of events in Australia. Encouraging girls to be scientists, ensuring that women are able to reach the highest levels of leadership wherever they choose to work. And the question that I'm often asked in media or in policy discussions is, why does it matter? Why do we need to have equal representation of women in science and in science-related areas? This is a question that matters and that we need to have an answer to, and it matters regardless of what country we live in. And so as I introduce each of our panelists, I'm going to ask them first to reflect on this question, why they think it matters that we do have equal representation, that men and women are equally represented throughout STEM. So I'll introduce them all in turn, starting first with Rima. So Rima Manna is a leader in the telecommunications and IT sector. She's worked with Nokia since 2016. She's currently Vice President for Network Infrastructure Sales and the Middle East and the UAE Country Director. She holds an MBA from the University of Bradford and was named in the Forbes list Middle East's 100 Most Powerful Businesswomen in 2025. She's worked with the UN Women to develop the Action for Leadership program, the cornerstone of Nokia's gender equality and women's empowerment strategy. So Rima, if I can start with you, can you tell us why it's important for a company like Nokia to work towards gender equality and development opportunities for women?
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and it's a great pleasure to be here. So, very interesting question. And when I reflect on this, maybe I wanted just to explain that, our mission is to create technology that helps the world act together. So we're a B2B technology innovation leader that creates networks that sense, think, and act across mobile, fixed, and cloud. And when we look at our mission statement, the cornerstone of this is innovation. When we look at innovation, in order to achieve that, you need diverse perspectives. You need a diverse and inclusive culture. And this is exactly what we are trying to build at Nokia. Because with this diverse perspectives, you are able to build together, use cases that cater to what the demand is. Also, it is very clear that companies that have embraced diversity and inclusion are ones that are able to achieve higher profitability and have better business outcomes. And there are stats which, basically show this. Now, at Nokia, there's been a number of ways we've embraced this, but I think more importantly, what's been happening in the last few years is that we've recognized that to move the needle on this important topic, this is not just something that we do internally at the company. We really need to reach out to broader stakeholders. And this is what we've been doing, which is, partnering with organizations, partnering with academia to achieve exactly that. Because it's only when we look at things from a broader ecosystem, from the academia, from our customers, from, non-for-profit organizations. So we've partnered with UN Women, for example, to look at initiatives where we bring in our customers, we bring in academic institutions to really try to see how we can embrace diversity, but to look at pertinent topics. So things like sustainability. How do we bring in, diverse perspectives around that? Circular economy. How do we push for women in, leadership to progress in the career ladder, and using our partners as well as the academic institutions to do this? So I think collectively, there is a lot of merit in doing this. Stats speak for themselves. I think it's a journey, and it's a journey that we need to embrace together. We've been on this now for a number of years, and I'm proud to say that we've managed to have a lot of achievements, both internally and externally, with our broader ecosystem.
Great, thank you. So our next panelist is Dr. Sarah Nasruddin, who's an assistant professor at the pharmaceutical technology at Amman Arab University, and she's also assistant dean. She completed her MSc and PhD from King's College London, and last year completed the Leaders in Innovation Fellowship from the Royal Academy of Engineering in the UK, where she was recognised as a LIF Innovator and LIF Pitch Prize finalist. Sarah's research focuses on transdermal and topical drug discovery. So Sarah, could you start by telling us why you think it's important that women are equally represented in scientific research?
Thank you, Professor, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for getting up in the morning and coming to listen to our panel. I think I'm going to highlight again what Rima said, is that it's the diversity. So up until recently, women's bodies in health and in pharmacy haven't been studied as much as men's bodies because women are less prone to participate in clinical trials, and so hence they're not the target of for pharmaceutical companies when they produce medicine. They don't really understand what happens in the woman's body. And I think to be able to understand the woman's body, it's a woman that needs to speak up and say the perspective is that our bodies are different than the men's bodies. So this is why we need more women representation in STEM. It's to have a voice out there.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. So next we have Professor Rana Dajani, who's a professor of molecular biology at the Hashemite University. She completed her PhD at the University of Iowa and has held visiting positions at Harvard, Yale, MIT, and Cambridge. As well as active research in epigenetics, Professor Dajani is very active in social entrepreneurship. She founded the We Love Reading initiative, which is now active in over 70 countries. She's had many awards, including the UNESCO International Literacy Prize and the Schwab Social Entrepreneur Award. So, Rana, can I ask the same question of you? Why do you think it's important that women are equally represented in science?
Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I want to start by digressing a little bit and just as women scientists, having this platform, I want to remind everybody that we to stand in solidarity with our female academics across the Arab world, specifically those in Gaza, who have been murdered by Zionist colonial forces. And among them, my dear friend, Professor Kitam al-Wasifi, who was a physics professor, was killed along with her husband and all her children. She's one of 180 at least scientists who have been killed. Also, in the West Bank, another dear friend, Professor Manal, who was just this year was one of the 5 top scientists by Elsevier and Ost, who was abducted actually last month, and we don't know what happened to him either. So I request 30 seconds of silence in respect for our fellow scientists. And the reason I say this is because if we don't stand together and collaborate and hold each other's back, we will not be able to proceed and innovate and be creative and have a stamp of excellence as we go forward. It's about taking care of each other in the Arab world and across females all over the world and across scientists all over the world and across humanity all over the world. Now, a second point that I'd like to also bring up is that this is a conference with the label of ARSEN, which is about the Arab world. We are here from different Arab countries. Yes, we have a few international representatives, yet we are all speaking in English, not in Arabic. And if we, whether as female scientists or scientists, or humans for that matter, if we want to excel, we need to speak in our native language because all the research points, that's where you are creative and innovative. And in every university around the world in different countries, for example, if you go study medicine in France, it's in French. In Vietnam, it's in Vietnamese. In Poland, it's in Polish. But in the Arab world, we speak it in English. So I think this is an important point because this all connects to how do we increase representation of females in science. The third point that I want to bring up is how are females special? My colleagues have mentioned a few points. I'm going to add one other, which is ethics and values. Women usually are much more stronger in their ethics and values and are ready to put themselves out there on the line to call out things that are wrong. And as I was conversing with Professor Elizabeth, the Sesame Project here in Jordan, unfortunately, had an Israeli member, and many of us, including myself, were actually against being partners. But what I'm happy to hear is that the women, part of that initiative, the Sesame Project, are also calling out for similar things. Because it's only when you hold the perpetrator accountable that you can actually move forward with science. And lastly, communication. We are good communicators as women. We are storytellers. That's how we bring up our children. Because you learn through storytelling. As an evolutionary biologist, I believe at one point in time there were 2 groups of people. There was a group of people that sat around the fire and told stories, and there was another group that actually frowned upon those telling stories and accused them of wasting their time. But you can guess which group actually survived. It was the storytellers. So in the spirit of storytelling, I think as women we have a capacity to share science and findings and results with the general public, which is very important so that then the general public become those stakeholders and gatekeepers in government, media, and corporate who can then support scientists doing science. And on that example, We Love Reading, my program, we have developed children's books about science, and I brought a couple. One is about natural selection and biodiversity, the peppered moth, or al-'utha al-mutabbala in Arabic, and then Melikat al-Balunat, the Queen of Balloons, talks about Omar Yaghi, the Nobel Prize chemist, and pulling water out of thin air because of innovation in chemistry. So, and of course they have to be in Arabic to inspire the Arab community, the Arab youth, the Arab children, so they can grow up to dream. The last thing is that, yes, we want more women in science, and people are calling more women in every sector, in every category. But I want to caution, most importantly, is not to increase numbers in these different sectors. To me, it's about making sure that women are following their passion, whatever that passion is. It's not about following trends, because really, in reality, if you look at the statistics, women in STEM in the Arab world, especially in terms of what they study at school, what they study at the university, their percentages are higher than anywhere else in the world, if you compare Europe or America and the Western countries. But the problem is later on in the workforce. And that's a universal global problem, not particular to the Arab world. But to me, the fundamental thing is, how can we foster women and men, for that matter, to follow their intrinsic motivation? Because when they do that, they will excel in what they do, and they will thrive, and they will be persistent, as our introductory speaker talked about, because they do it because they believe in this, and this is something they really want. So rather than focusing how can we get more women into the workforce or into STEM, to me the question is, how do we get women to follow their passion and support them in their decisions throughout their careers in whatever they want to do? Thank you.
Thanks, Rana. I am a proud Jordanian citizen, I will say, but I do appreciate that this panel is in English, so that I am able to engage with you. The final panel member is Fatima Botner, who is a gender and organizational development specialist with over 20 years of experience across Palestine, the MENA region, and beyond. She's a leadership coach and trainer, providing advisory support and capacity building initiatives that promote women's leadership, youth engagement, and economic participation, working to advance women's economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and inclusive leadership. Fatima works with public institutions, civil society, and the private sector to foster gender-responsive and inclusive change. So Fatima, for a thriving society, why is it important to have women in leadership positions?
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the presentation, and thank you for the invitation and having me in this panel. My instinct answer would be, why not? So, starting from this and from the theme of this conference, uniting minds is like, if it's thriving, it cannot go on with part of its potential, of its momentum. So women are really like hold a lot of momentum that can be invested, given that their experiences might not be documented in researches or in science, like how this issue is influencing them, as Sarah was saying, in terms of services provided, in terms of infrastructure. So let us think or ask the question in a different way. If we have women in every area of development, in every area of scientific research, then how would our lives be changing? From experience and working with women in Palestine, in the Arab region, and globally, I can share some examples from what we see. Here in the Arab region, we are struck with many challenges and facing a lot of crises, unfortunately, mainly man-made. And women are the first respondent to these crises. If we don't prepare and help and work with them and assess how crisis is influencing them, including that in our research, how to improve their capacity to respond, then it would be a threat to the whole society. From being an asset to being a threat, what would you choose? I think being an asset and being a contributor. If we look at urban planning and infrastructure, if we look at the streets that we are using, the workplaces that we are working in, if women were consulted, and this is a finding that we came up like through different assessments, workplaces, a lot would have been changed. Women in their even like traditional role in and caregiving, they are like mainly thinking of everyone. And like they work with elderly, with youth, with children, so when they go out to the public sphere, they can tell where this gap is and what can be improved in this place. So this is another aspect to think about when we have urban planners, women urban planners, and consult them, not just put them in the table and say, yes, we have women on the table. This is not participation. But women really have some, well, adding to what my colleagues were talking about creativity, about team development. Studies show, and it is maybe you notice when you work with a team of men, a team of women, a team of men and women. Women are communicators. Women can support team building more than men. And this is like a finding. It's not just through observation. They are also like care about the culture of the workplace, so they enhance relations in the workplace. And last but not least, like there are so many things why we need to keep them part and like main part of the process of developing our thriving communities and societies, is that their perspective, the perspective they add is enriching, is insightful, is inclusive, and encourages like addressing issues that face diverse community groups. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So as you can see, we have excellent panelists from many different backgrounds who've had a range of experiences. And I think, what Rana said about wanting to have a system which supports women to follow their passions. We all obviously have passions in science and what it can contribute to society. And so we're going to have a discussion about how we can best enhance those networks, best support women and support the network in general. So after this discussion, we have an opportunity for questions from the audience. So please do note down if you have any questions, and we will take them at the end. So the first question, which I'll ask first to Fatima and then Rima can add her thought, is about barriers to women in STEM. Have you seen barriers change over the years? What do you think are the positive changes that you've seen in that field?
Okay. Looking positively to the scene, we have progress. We have women now, and here is the example that women on the panel and women who were contributing throughout this conference and beyond, they are getting to different specialties. Previously, they were either, if we are talking science, they are in biology or social sciences. Now we have them more in different specialization. They are leading AI and other disciplinary areas of science, which is like this is how change can start. We are talking about a social dynamic, not only something related to a decision here or a decision here. It's integrated and grounded in culture, in practice, in ideologies, in politics, the politics of the workplace and the system, including the educational system. Like if we think of a doctor, professor, like 10, 30 years ago, we would think of a man. Like if we have a professor whose name is Jihad, for example, the first would come to us, we expect that a man would enter this room. So this is one of the things, like women are breaking stereotypes, women are getting to different, like, and proving themselves. Not only just they are getting into different specialties, but also they are proving that they are competent, they are capable, and they are changing a bit by bit, but through sweat and blood. It's not happening that easy. The other thing, there is like fix the system versus fix the women. Previously, everything when we mention women participation, but they cannot, they will be pregnant, they will not be able to come to work, to commit. Now institutions are paying more attention toward changing institutions, the systems, the procedure. For example, flexible working hours. If we are talking about a world that is going toward digitalization, this would be one of the things that would be helpful. Governments now are paying attention also and committed through international, being active in international development process, the commitment to, for example, to SDGs, to other SDGs are the Sustainable Development Goals. So in the Arab region, our countries are committed to align with these and to contribute to achieving these goals. So this is at the policy level, that is a change. Yes, laws, regulations are still in the process of reviews to make them more responsive, but also opening them for review is an opportunity to change, like to do a systemic change rather than an initiative here and an initiative there. The acceptance of the systems, like to allow women to follow their passion, is one of the things that is like creating change in the mainstream. We have women like getting into research. We have women having like their entrepreneurial projects that are science-based. We have women working in governments with scientific background, and this in itself gives or makes an entry point, because women in these policy-making entities can be a force of change. That's why we need to support them. We need to improve and like connect with them more to voice the needs and issues of women. So looking at the landscape, it's a mix of progress and the need for more improvements that allow women get into science, into research, and the benefit, as we said, we are heading for better communities, for better societies that invest in each and every individual of its population. And our countries really first deserve, and our people also deserve these kind of contributions. So what I can like conclude with, and also an invitation to our colleagues, the main colleagues, that you have an important role through this process, and we have actually men who champion promoting women participation and like encourage and support the path of women, including life partners, husbands, family members. But still, the culture is deep-rooted in traditional roles that need to that we need to change. And one last thing I want to say: change, yes, it doesn't happen at once, but sometimes we are forced to change. We cannot think twice about taking the step. In the current situation where poverty is hitting, I think women contribution in the family is also one of the things that is allowing women, or like supporting women promotion in getting to academia, to work, to labor force, which is something that wasn't accepted before. Like, yeah, it wasn't something taken by default. Now we are seeing voices changing around that, also to sustain families and society.
Great, thank you. It's useful to hear your thoughts on the social and government change. Rima, I guess, could you tell us from your perspective the corporate changes that have happened?
So beautifully said, Fatma. I don't know what more I can add, but maybe I'll say a couple of different things. So I'm a forever optimist, so I definitely see progress. I think it's very dependent on, which country you look at, which organization you look at. So it varies, right? Some are much more, have progressed a lot more than others. What gives me, if you look at the figures from a statistics perspective, maybe it doesn't reflect a huge change. You're talking about 1% increase maybe in STEM, in the last 2-3 years. But what gives me confidence that we are on the right track, and we established at the beginning that this is a journey, this is not something that's going to happen overnight. A couple of different things. I see that stereotyping is a lot less, and I see this across many different sectors. I think the acceptance around women embracing new roles, which were previously unheard of, is now getting much more accepted. Another aspect is when we look at the support network. And when I talk about the support network here, I look at it from a holistic perspective. It starts with the home. So, your family supporting you to go into whatever role you choose to go into. And then from a corporate perspective, it's also what are the facilities at corporates that they are putting in place in order to allow women to progress in their career ladder. Because a lot of times you do get women in STEM coming in, but their retention becomes a key issue. And for instance, at our company, I see, in some locations, nurseries being put in place in order to support women to actually, come, if they have children and so forth, to have nursing facilities. Hybrid working mode, this was very much initiated by COVID, but this has continued in a lot of, different organizations, including ours. And with the hybrid working mode, it obviously gives women more chance in order for them to be able to juggle family and career. Other aspects are also, for example, extended maternity leave. This was unheard of in the past. This is definitely becoming much more practice in several different organizations, including ours. Paternity leave, we have that introduced 2-3 years ago. We didn't have that before. So again, it's kind of emphasizing the role of, the man and the woman play together in order to move forward and to be able to progress and to live the role, whatever role they want to. So, from my aspect, from a corporate perspective, from an industry perspective, I definitely see progress. As I also, mentioned at the beginning, I think it's about extending this as an organization across the entire ecosystem. It doesn't just happen in corporates. It happens in, academia. It happens in families. Nasreen, I think at the outset mentioned about mentors. And again, this is part of the support network. A lot of companies are putting in place mentoring and coaching. And this definitely supports. It's beautiful to see that, outside mentors are also happening, networks creating mentoring facilities. I've been a mentor in several different organizations for many years. And what gives me hope is that I now see mentees actually reaching out and asking to be mentored. This wasn't the case, a few years ago. It's very much something that's progressed in the last 2 or 3 years. And putting this back to resilience and grit, I see, women really, speaking up for, looking at embracing what they want to do and really planning their career, which is very, very good to see.
Thank you. I might change the order of my questions a bit because you lead beautifully into what I really wanted to talk a bit more about, which is about mentoring. It is wonderful to see great mentoring through this network, and certainly my career has been built on amazing mentors. So I want to ask 2 questions. First about being mentored, and then second about being a mentor. So Rima, maybe you can continue. What is your approach to finding mentors? Maybe can you tell us one mentor who's had a big impact on you?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the question, Professor. So my approach to finding mentors, I have to say that throughout my career, I focused a lot on finding mentors within the company. And, I'd look for somebody that's accomplished, but somebody that's willing to give time, because sometimes also you can be, very successful in your career, but you're not necessarily somebody who has the time or who wants to dedicate time for this. And, I had 1 or 2 mentors that I think were fantastic. They really did give me the time. They looked at, how I can learn from them. They also looked at maybe some blind spots that I had, which they highlighted, and I needed to work on this. I think the mentoring-mentee relationship, to be successful, in my view, is very much down to the mentee. So the mentor has to be willing, of course, to dedicate the time for this, to really be interested. It's not something that you do because you want to tick in the box. It's something that you do because you genuinely care. But I think the mentee needs to drive the discussion. And I've learned this across the years. Maybe I wasn't, like that at the beginning. I kind of depended more on the mentor. But, with time, I realized that I need to control this. I need to kind of make sure that I understand how to go about things, how to navigate my way in the corporate world. And I would say that, lessons learned, sometimes don't stick to your own organization, look elsewhere. And I think that's also the beauty of, what I've seen evolving both in my personal career and with a lot of colleagues that I have, is that they've looked for mentors within the company, but also externally, because that's what gives you a very, very nice and broad perspective.
Thank you. And Sarah, maybe you can tell us your experience.
So again, highlighting what Rima said, is that finding that right combination or that right chemistry of mentor-mentee relationship is quite essential. I don't think that you should look for a mentor just because they're ahead of you in their career, but you should be looking for someone that challenges you, that supports you, and that actually gives you constructive feedback. So some mentors don't know how to, or some people don't know how to give constructive feedback, but I think that's the most important aspect of the mentor-mentee relationship, is that you are mentoring me and I need to have constructive feedback to know how I can be better. And again, that aspect of being challenged into doing things. So there is another term that I have passion for myself, not just mentoring, it's that a champion. A mentor is someone that leads the way, but a champion is someone that puts your name forward whenever any opportunity arises. They don't need to be mentors for you, but they can be the ones that provide you with the chances or are willing to put your name forward whenever any chance arises.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. So now to flip and think about how we can be good mentors as well as seek to be mentored ourselves. So Rana, I might start with you. What do you find is most effective in mentoring the next generation of women leaders?
Yeah, we are flipping questions. Okay. To me, the most important thing in the mentoring relationship, since we're focusing on mentoring, is to first define what does it mean to be a mentor and a mentee, meaning to manage expectations. Because many times mentees think that you're going to do everything for them. You're going to provide the grants, you're going to provide them a job, everything. And that's not what mentoring is about. Mentoring is about being there to listen, being there to advise. But as Rima said, it should be led by the mentee in what she wants and how she goes forward. But more importantly, we actually developed a mentoring program called 3 Circles of Alimat. And we named it Alimat to emphasize that there's a word in Arabic to describe female scientists from a long time ago. And the idea was to actually find a gap in the mentoring model. Because in mentoring, we have a lot of programs for mentoring for graduate students and students. But we don't have for those mid-careers where they're struggling to figure out where they want to go in their career, how they want to go about it. So, and the way we developed it is that it's on a more personal basis, and it's about finding the chemistry between the mentor and the mentee. So we did speed dating. I don't know if you're familiar with speed dating. And according to Malcolm Gladwell, that you immediately in the first 3 seconds either click with someone or you don't. Good advice for those who want to get married. So we would put that and say, okay, who did you click with? And then they would pair. Now, that doesn't mean that the mentor was always older or more experienced in the career, as was mentioned. The mentor could be younger or could have a particular experience that the mentee wanted, although the mentee could have been older. And it was that very diverse, rich, let's say, different relationships that came out of that experience, and then letting them, setting their expectations so that they could go forward in that journey. That usually a mentor-mentee relationship should stay forever. It wanes and goes up and down, but it keeps that thing going. Now, as a mentor in science in particular, and maybe this leads to another question, we're mixing up your questions, is how do you become a good scientist? How do you advance in your academic career? So I have like 5 pieces of advice. Number 1 is you need to read. reading, keeping up with the literature, keeping up with the science. And this, of course, applies to any sector, right? Whether it's even in corporate or government. But in particular for science, you need to be abreast of the latest findings. And you can find those online, especially with the help of open access. And then listening and observing, right? That's the key hallmark of a scientist. You know, we see what everybody sees, but we think what no one has thought. So to be very observant about our surroundings. What is different? What is special? What captures your attention? What piques your curiosity? And then you find the right question to ask, the right scientific question, because it's all about asking the right question. And it's not about a complicated question. Usually it's about the simple question of noticing something and thinking, why? Well, who said so? Or even questioning assumptions, questioning things that people assume are set in stone. When you're different, you're new to this world, and you can challenge that assumption or that, let's say, what has been set in stone. And this begs the second point, which is if you're going to be a good scientist, you need to be very interdisciplinary. Today, we know, although in the past, in modernity, we had divided the sciences into silos, chemistry, physics, biology, and other sectors. Today, we know from nature that there's no division. Everything is a continuum. There's a spectrum. And so if you're going to excel, you need to cross those boundaries. And innovation, creativity happens at the boundaries of disciplines. So when you step out of your comfort zone and start asking the social scientists and challenging them, or asking the chemists and challenging them, and so on, that's where you get that spark. And therefore, you create teams that are multidisciplinary, right? And again, that's the third point, which you don't do science alone. I know many of the, let's say, schematics and laws and regulations in different universities focus on promotion that focuses on one single author or fewer authors to get them more, to go forward in your career. But real science doesn't work like that. You need a team, and do not hesitate to reach out. And the hallmark of a scientist is also being humble. So it's, yes, I don't know. I only know what I know in my field, but I don't know what's in other fields. And therefore, I have the humbleness to go out and ask questions and ask for help and ask for support to create this multidisciplinary team so that we can really answer those questions that we came up with. And international teams, which actually points to the point that we don't have enough resources in the Arab world, in particular countries. In other countries we may have, but we don't have everything. And so we can reach out and create international teams where people can pull in with resources, but you lead with the question you asked. So you can still be that international scientist from Jordan, from Egypt, from Morocco, contributing to global science in a meaningful way, leading the way, but you're getting a team that can compile the funding, can compile the lab that you need without you having to go abroad and leave your country. So, and today with internet and digital technology, you can actually do that and excel. And that's what I did. I mean, we are the world experts in the genetics of Chechens and Circassians in the world. But I didn't go and become affiliated with a university in the West. This was done in Jordan, but with a team. We are the experts in epigenetics across generations. This is the first time in humans that this has been proven, that you can transfer an epigenetic signature of trauma and violence to your grandchildren. Yet, this was a question I came up with in Jordan, but then created an international team. We were able to answer it. So there are ways to stay in your country while working with other scientists around the world to do good science. And lastly, it's about long term. It's not about, I want to do a quick research because I want to get promoted and left it done with. Going back to the point of passion. If I love science and I love what I do, running to get a promotion, I'm exploring. And therefore I take my time. I do it right. I plan. And even if it means the results are not going to come out for the next 5 years, because this is how biology works, for example, in my field, that's okay. But let me do it right and not cut corners and do mediocre research because I just want to get promoted. Because it will pay off in the long run. Believe me, then you will become the world expert and people will come to you. And lastly, sharing your story, writing about it. We don't write as scientists. We just do the academic writing. We need to write to the public. And we have outlets. For example, we have international outlets. Nature has a perspective column, a worldview column, which I have written a lot about, talking about my research, my region, the challenges we face, to enlighten others so that we know about each other around the world and we dispel the stereotypes that was mentioned. But also we have local regional outlets. Al-Fanar Media, which writes about science and higher education in the Arab world. We need your voices to write about your experiences instead of reinventing the wheel. Why should I fail where you were able to move forward if I can learn from your experience going? So those are some points that I share with my mentees and from my own experience going forward.
Thank you. Fatima, could you tell us about your thoughts on mentoring the next generation of women leaders?
I would like to share some examples also from working with women. One example was when I was starting working on entrepreneurship, where woman was doubtful about to shift career, to start her own business. It was the idea was soup, to produce soup that is olive oil based. And we discussed for 5 minutes because we were organizing an event. Through this discussion for 5 minutes, she was just confused, not knowing what to do. I asked her some questions that I thought important that she should ask herself. Now she is a big producer. She sells her products nationally in Palestine, regionally, and she got to international markets. I forgot that discussion with her. When she met with me, she told me the questions that you asked me helped me a lot in finding the way, in taking the decision. So the mentor is not expected to give solutions, instead help them identify it for them, which is much more empowering. The other thing on women, sometimes they lack this network of support and someone to hear their thoughts when an idea comes to their mind that I want to start this business or think about this project. Sometimes even they got negative feedback. Sometimes they get criticized, not what are you going to do? This influences their self-confidence. Part of the interaction with the mentee is to help them validate their thoughts, their feelings, what they are going through. Because this discussion would, from an experienced woman, from especially women who have walked the walk and she has managed to achieve, these are so meaningful to them. We are not in a position not to blame, not to criticize, not to judge. As Rana was saying, that listening is the key. If we listen, we can help them understand, see the way, think about what they are going through, classify what is, identify what the real problem is that they are, or the challenge that they are facing at that time. One of the things that I found beneficial is showing them, not just telling them or discussing with them. Let them go with you to your workplace. Show them your field of expertise, how it does it show on the day-to-day life. Women sometimes come to for mentoring on issues related to negotiating their goals, their objectives, their passion, how to follow this passion, given that family responsibilities, the social pressure, the peers who sometimes turn against you because they see you get out of the norm, or break the stereotype. So this puts really a lot of pressure in a pressuring environment. It's not an easy environment that we live in. So this is also another aspect that I learned is important, and I found is so helpful for women to trust the mentor and to keep the connection constructive and to keep it like to be nurtured throughout the process. The last thing is holding them accountable. It's important to keep this follow-up and ask, like, if you have agreed on an action to be taken, you cannot just skip this in the next mentoring interaction, because helping them get consistent with what they are going through, this is when you know if the hit is going to break the rock at the 5th, at the 15th, at the 50th, or 500, or just this is not a breakable rock at this time of my life. So these help women build momentum to continue, to keep going on and like thrive going forward with their ideas and not to give up, because they really seek this kind of support. They are not always seeking solutions. Sometimes a word that you say to a human being, a woman or a man, can change their life. So when a woman or like a mentee trusts you, it's important to take this trust seriously. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. There's some very helpful, tangible things that we can think about going forward. So obviously the mentoring relationship is often an individual relationship, but more generally we want to ensure that there are support networks for women and for everyone working inside. So the first question I want to ask is about women supporting each other, and then I'll ask a similar question about how men can be supporting women. I have had great privilege as a woman working in this field to have the support of many women around me. But also there have been some struggles with women not necessarily supporting my career. And I think this is something we can all strive to do more and to do better. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts, Sarah, about how women can be supportive of each other and really build each other up as a community.
I think the first thing that women need to realize is that, like, the top fits more than one person. So if you support another woman, that woman, like, we need to get rid of the mentality of, if I support and I put forward another woman, that woman's going to take my place. It's not the case anymore. The world doesn't work like that anymore. So it's okay to support another woman. She's not going to take your place. I know resources and like leadership positions for women are limited, but if I put forward another woman, like, nothing's going to happen. It's a good thing to put another woman up. It's also a good thing to surround yourself with a posse. So be the woman that speaks up for women, that celebrates other women, that is happy for the smallest accomplishments of other women, even if they're not related to your field, even if they're not related to your workplace. Be the woman that is supported, that is happy, that celebrates other women, that cheers on the sideline for other women. It doesn't always need to be you that is celebrated. You can feel that joy of celebrating other women. And especially in academia, because the leadership positions are quite limited in academia for women, and it's male-dominated fields, especially in STEM fields. We do need to have that posse, that group, that, let's say, I don't know if it's the right terminology to call it a lobby, but we need to start doing that and to support each other, because if I'm not supporting another woman, the other women are not going to be supporting me. So we need to let that sink in.
Yeah, thank you. Fatima, did you have anything to add?
One important thing I think is I'm here, and we are here because of other women who like took the path before us and paved the way in science and in other life streams. So our modeling, supporting each other is opening the door for more women to excel, to thrive, to go in, to get in and proceed and progress in their life, career. And when thinking women, it's not just something that I had to go this way. There are so many things on the way and at the sides, in addition to what life throws at us sometimes that is out of our control. So do not see women as they are portrayed in either media in jokes, in like how they are traditionally perceived. Just connect with them, listen to them, understand what they are like going through. This would be of great help. Networking, like women progress and proceed with working with more women. Like if this network is not aimed to empower women, maybe we can see 2-3 women in this room. Maybe we cannot see women speakers or men speakers, like keynote speakers on the panel. So experience and life told us women have a lot of shared experiences that can influence how life can progress with them in terms of career choices, in terms of even like studies. If you are not a professor, I don't think a lot of women would start to start thinking of getting there. They would see it a very far dream. Another thing is like promote them. If you know that there are opportunities that can support them, please offer it. Say, yes, you can reach to this organization, to this training, to this like research opportunity. Don't keep it like if you either benefit or don't or benefit from it, promote it, share it. The other thing that I would suggest is that like emphasize like appreciate women achievements and celebrate them, because this is how we build the momentum for all women. It's not easy for a woman to achieve given the multiple responsibilities that she holds. It's not easy to achieve given the, as we said at the beginning of this discussion, there are a lot of barriers. They are embedded within institutions, embedded within culture, embedded within internally even. Like we are programmed to think we are less sometimes. So this issue creates a lot of doubt in choices, doubt in progressing. So when you celebrate and appreciate other women achievements, you are even like, this is how we demonstrate leadership. Leadership is not a word to say. It's an action to do. And the least that we can do to prevent her to fall in the place where I fell. I can share my experience. I can tell her. I can like encourage whenever needed.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to say the true leader creates other leaders, not followers. And in this situation, you are putting yourself ahead when you support another woman, lead her life, and take better choices for her. Thank you.
So final question. We have many men here in the room, and so I think will be helpful to hear about how they can be supporting the women in their lives, whether at work or in their families, to be leaders as women. So Rima, I'll ask you first, and then Rana, maybe can you tell us the best ways that men have supported your career?
Okay, so I think supporting career from, the men's perspective can come in many ways. And by the way, some of my strongest supporters have been men. Okay, so from a work perspective, and I think it was Sarah that touched on it, it's actually having a champion that believes in you and that really promotes you, because a lot of women tend to be quite shy in, first of all, recognizing their own achievements and wanting to move up that career ladder. So having someone or several men believe in you and pushing you up that career ladder, I think is very, very helpful, very useful. I've experienced it myself where, I was probably a little bit more reluctant to take on a challenge. But I was kind of coached by, one or two males to say, no, you can do it, take it on. It's important for you. This is something. So somehow, believing in you and pushing you up that career ladder. I think from a family perspective, it's also believing that, you're capable of doing exactly what a male can do. And I think, I would say, I had the privilege to be part of a, family where, my father always believed that, we should have equal opportunity. We should really work ourselves exactly as my brother would. So I was brought up that way. Also in my, with my husband, there was a lot of, push, succeed to whatever you want to do. So it's not to say that there's one formula that fits everyone. It's just to say that, it's great to see it when there is a male that, believes in you, number one, and that, allows you to do what you think is right for yourself, whichever role you decide to do. If you want to, go into a specific role, if you want to go in as a scientist, or if you want to decide that, you don't want to work for a period of time, you want to take this on later on with no judgment, to really allow you to do what you see is best for yourself. And from a work perspective, to create the opportunity without this unconscious bias that, a woman can go into whichever role she wants to do, provided she is willing to take on, what this entails as a wholesome journey.
Thank you. Rana?
That's a very important question, because in a community we live together, men and women, and so we need each other. And that's why even these events, they should have equal numbers of men and women, because a woman cannot do it alone. And unfortunately, many times in development, in particular, or even humanitarian aid, they focus on the woman and they forget about training the men. And so the women are changed, they go back home, and the men have not been trained, and that's where the challenges happen. So this is just a shout out that we need to have everybody in the room to talk about it. Now, to me, from my personal experience, and I'm sure there are many stories similar, where it is about the sharing and talking to your partner or the men in your life about your own dreams and your aspirations. Because usually we assume that they care about you and they love you and they want the best for you. So if they don't, and to them, they don't understand what's going on in your mind. And once you share that, then they can and you can help them learn how to support you. So it's about also opening up, having conversations early on, not at the last minute. I think that's important. And then it's about sharing, right? Sometimes it's my turn, sometimes it's his turn, and it's about going back and forth, and I'm talking about partners, but if this implements anybody in your life, how you plan your life going forward. I also want to talk about sharing those stories of success, because unfortunately the stereotype of men in our world is very negative in how they support their women. But I hear so many stories of women who have been supported and succeeded because of their husbands, fathers, brothers. But we don't talk about those stories. The negative stories are the ones that get the media, or the mainstream media. So we need to tell more of our stories. Again, back to storytelling. In this context, as I said, I urge you to write your story. I wrote mine, which I called 5 Scarves, doing the impossible. If we can reverse self-hate, why can't we reimagine what is success? And what does success mean to you, not necessarily what is the trend or what is the stereotype. And that's very, very important for us to share those. And I think part of that, what I want to touch upon, which is a segue from the role of men in our lives, is to acknowledge that women have multiple roles. And unfortunately, sometimes we follow the traditional way, not traditional in the men, what I mean traditional, not local culture only, but also traditional in terms of globalization. That when we talk about our science or our careers, we only talk about our career. We don't talk about what we also do at home. So we don't talk about being parents, mothers or fathers. We don't talk about being teachers and educators. We don't talk about the other things that we do in our lives. And I think we need to present ourselves in a holistic way in the different roles, or as I say, the different scarves that I wear, that everybody wears in their lives. Because then you portray a more real, practical portrayal of what is the career of a woman and the different parts that one can acknowledge. And from that, I want to also highlight something that not just women, but a lot of the advice we've been given work for men as well, to do better science, to network, to learn from each other. Because the system actually chooses one kind of characteristic, one kind of personality. an aggressive personality. And not all men fit that stereotype as well, because they also suffer from a particular stereotype of a macho, this is the strong man, and unfortunately, that chooses for a particular kind of man, and also it starts choosing for a particular kind of woman who is aggressive. And I think what we need to do is reimagine a system together, men and women, where no, it's not about that particular way of leadership, that particular way of acting, but to choose leaders who are more service leaders, who will bring everybody with them and not just themselves. And I think this will benefit men and women and all of society going forward. And this is a shout out. Why do I need to wait for somebody at Harvard to invent this, or in the Sorbonne, or whatever? Why can't we in the Arab world come together, reinvent, reimagine a new system? And I'm talking from a science perspective, but anything that works in academia and science in terms of leadership will work in business, will work in corporate, will work in government, and then we produce a model to the world of leadership that is more inclusive, more humble, and more caring, and based on values and ethics that stem from our own culture, that is very universal human rights. Because we see today the double standard in human rights across the world. In particular, I'm talking about academia, the censoring, the double standards. Why don't we produce our own? And then produce an award for people or organizations or leaders who fit this new criteria that comes from us and our values that the whole world will follow. You know, there's a famous saying, invent a better mousetrap, mouse will come to you. So we don't have to wait. We can lead. And this doesn't mean money, by the way. This just needs initiative and us coming together to do this thing, and then we can lead and make a difference. And I'll end with, when we talk about research in academia, we're always talking about doing things in silo, in our little lab, in our ivory tower, separate from society. By the way, most of all the research we do, and the training we have, and what we teach our students at universities is all about producing a better society, a better generation, a future generation for our children. And so we need to think also, how do we employ our skills, our capacities, our wisdom that we gain in the lab and from science in our local communities? How many of us reach out to our civic society and ask them, what are your problems? How can I help you in your problems? How can I help my students feel that sense of responsibility to go out and solve using the science and research? And I think that's something where we would be doing better science for humanity locally, but eventually solutions we come up with are local challenges will spill over for other parts of the world that have similar situations, similar conditions, and that's how we can also excel going forward. So we don't want to wait. We want to be creative. And lastly, maybe the last point I'll say is that it doesn't have to be huge, splashy, and famous. It starts doing small things. And we have a saying by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, لا تحقرن من المعروف شيئا. And another one, كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. And every one of us is a guardian. And we don't have to do big things. We start with small things. And every successful person, endeavor, or achievement started with doing small things. Focus on the small things. Don't get distracted by, oh my God, I have to do something big. And slowly that will gain momentum and you will succeed in what you want. And lastly, an advice for women. It's not about, again, being famous, winning an award, being on a platform. Sometimes it's about setting the goals that make you feel happy. And you achieve those. And maybe nobody will know about them, but you're fulfilled. And to me, that's the most important thing, because then you'll be a full human being who is happy and satisfied, and therefore your little circle around you will be happy. And if you're happy, everybody around you will be happy. So make sure you make those women happy so that the whole world can be happy.
Great, thank you. On that note, we might finish this formal part and open the floor to questions. I certainly had many more questions that I'd prepared and many more questions I've thought of since. And of course, this conversation is a never-ending conversation. And it's been a great privilege to hear from all of the wisdom of our panel members. So I think there are microphones. If anyone has any questions, please clap your hand.
Hello. Can I ask the first question? I will give you the chance for the question. I grew up with two working parents. And because of that, I felt I missed a lot of things because I have a working mom. And I promised myself when I will become a mom, I will prioritize my kids over work. I know these wonderful ladies. Perhaps some of you are already moms. I know the 5 stars that you hold, but I'm seeing more and more because we unfortunately adopt the Western concept of feminism, which says encourage women to go outside and work even when they are not even passionate. They just work because that's their conception of success. So how can we lead more and more conversations that encourage women being a mom, and sorry to have just a mom is already great enough. And this is like something important. This is a great value to hold. Okay, so what is my question? Yeah, how can we make a change in how the ladies think about being empowered, and what are the messages that we can give to women who wants to be a great mom, and that's something that they actually passionate about, and maybe for themselves, because if this is the priority, they will choose it over work. Would you think that this is something positive, or would you think that they can definitely juggle between, they can give the focus, so don't give up and keep like the work and so on? So I have 2 questions.
Maybe Rana can answer that.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. I alluded to this in the beginning, but thank you for bringing it front and central. Actually, the first thing to do is not to fall into the trap of parroting the Western narrative that we need to have more women in the workforce, we need to have more women in STEM, and then unfortunately many of us repeat what they say when we say, wait a minute. First of all, the statistics are wrong in our region. We're doing well, but more importantly, it's about what women really want. And then to challenge that narrative and say, let's ask them what they want. So first of all, not repeat the narrative, right? And not parrot it. Challenge it and say, stop. We have our own problems. Can we focus on our own problems rather than taking a Western feminist problem and implementing on us? Second, we need research from social scientists to understand what are our problems, what are our challenges, not getting into the workforce, and understanding society, our society. Because most of the time, social sciences is not done on that. And if it is, it's done by Western scientists who really don't even understand the culture. And it's like lost in translation. They interpret the results, and the surveys themselves are all put into question. Thirdly, is to talk about our stories with pride and confidence. Yes, I am a mother. And to always start, every session I go to, I start with saying, I'm a proud mother. And that's the first thing I do in the UN, in a business conference, and talk about that, because nobody talks about that. So to proudly hold that hat or a scarf and talk about it as an achievement on its own, and to encourage men to talk about it as well. And fourth, is talking about life is long. The problem is that the system we work in, the workplace system, is a patriarchal system that was designed by men for men who have no responsibilities in the household usually in the past. But more importantly, their biology is different from us. They're not pregnant. They don't nurse their children. We do as females. Yet what we did, instead of saying, wait, I don't want to be part of that system until I change it to fit who I am biologically, just in the sense of I have a uterus and I nurse, not in any other sense. No, we tried to fit ourselves into the mold. And as the famous cartoon by Einstein, we are measured by a stick that was made for men on us. And we should also challenge that and say, wait a minute, I want time off when I'm pregnant. I want to enjoy my children. I want to be there when they come home from school. I want to be able to go and sit with them and enjoy them as you were talking about your own child. But that means we need to change how the workplace works. Not that putting females as an exception, because that's always the trend. Oh, let's add a nursery. Let's add, it's a Band-Aid. No, we need to reinvent the whole system, where in the center of it is that 50% of the population is females. They are smart, they have passions, but they're also biology, and they have children. So can you imagine a new system that caters to that primarily? And then if we do that, I will guarantee every woman in the world will want to be part of that system. So why don't we start with such a system that celebrates and puts women in the center? And lastly, the career force and journey is based on a male trajectory, because by 40, all the fellowships, awards, when you get appointed to something, they put an age limit because they take the male trajectory as the model. If by 40 a male hasn't achieved everything, then what has he been doing? He's probably wasting his time, not seriously. For a female, she's probably had her kids because that's her biological clock. So why are all fellowships standardized by you have to be under 40? So again, challenging those and saying, why don't I have my kids in the first 10, 15 years of my life, where that's the right time from an evolutionary perspective, not culture, not social. This is evolution. Hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. I will have the wisdom, the multitasking, and then I go back to work and become a productive part of society, finding my passion, contributing. And so balancing both. Can we suggest such a career? I think we can, but we need to be confident and we need to be firm and create a new system rather than trying to fix an old system or catering to an old system.
Fatima, did you have something to add?
Just one clarification about why we are discussing the barriers to women participation in all sectors, all fields, all every path of life. It's not about imposing on them or forcing them to choose out of their self-decision. In the contrary, it's about helping them to be aware of their decisions and the implications of their decisions. It's not about if you want to be a mom, no one has the right to tell you otherwise. If you want to take a career path, it's also your choice, but you have to think about your choices, and yes, that's what I want to do. So thank you so much for asking this question, because discussing women's rights and their participation always goes to the area of that we want to impose on them. We want them to get to apply Western culture or another culture that does not fit with them. It's about focusing on you internally. What is your goals? What is your ambitions? And this is what working on removing barriers, building more aware people, both men and women, who know what really their internal gifts, what they have been given, what they want to do with these gifts. It's not abadan about taking them to just to present them as an image that women are participating in this field and in this field. Your well-being as a human being, mentally, physically, psychologically, is so important in empowerment, in women empowerment. So this is an important distinction to take and to make. Otherwise, why women are encouraged or want to get educated, then the barrier would be at the doorstep. Why do you want to get educated? And it's easy to have these setbacks and the influence of them on women. If any change in the society, we go to solve problems that haven't been discussed for years, because we didn't get to the root causes of these issues. So women empowerment means empowering them to take their aware decision and be responsible for. And this doesn't take it's not a direct step, because there are a lot of distractors on her decision, what decision to take, what does I am responsible about my decision mean. I'm not sure how much we are there at this level of educating our children, our daughters, our boys. So it is important to understand this when discussing women's rights, women issues, inclusivity. It is important to be clear about.
I think Rima has something to add.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I think you've said a lot, and maybe, just a couple of comments. I think this is a very deep question, because it also goes into what does success mean for you? What does happiness mean for you? And I think it's very, very different from one person to another. So in my opinion, when we talk about an equitable future, to me, what that means is that if you decide that you want to work and you want to go in for an opportunity, you're given an equal chance to somebody who's a male who's actually got similar qualifications. It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, you walk out of this room and every single woman goes into the workforce. That's really not what it's about. I think it's really creating equal opportunity if you want to go for it. Now, I mean, I've been a working mom for 30 years. I have, two adult boys, one who's graduating now from university and the other one who's about to go into university. And, you know, I always get asked this question about, you know, work-life balance and juggling, having a career with having a family. And honestly, my personal point of view, there isn't a work-life balance. It's you have to be accepting of what it means to be a working woman, right? And it does mean that at times you're going to miss out on birthdays. It's events at school and whatever. If you're okay with this, then that's fine. And if, you know, your whole system is fine with that. So I think, again, it's very different. There's no right or wrong. It really depends on the individual. You know, if I were to live again, would I do the same thing? Probably yes, because, you know, I see that it hasn't had a negative impact as such on my kids, but maybe for somebody else it's different. So it's just being able to be you without being judged and having that equal opportunity.
Thank you. Other question?
Thank you very much for this panel. I really enjoyed the honest and candid conversation. Something that comes up, and I live in the US, right? So something that comes up all the time now in light of the Trump administration, right, is like they're doubling down on all these DEI initiatives. And, you know, historically in a job ad, it would encourage explicitly women and minorities to apply for certain positions. And now a lot of companies are shying away from this. So I was particularly keen to hear from the corporate sector, right, how are you handling this kind of doubling down by governments on anti-diversity, let's say, and what kinds of examples do you provide in your messaging that kind of does that in an intelligent way? So sort of highlighting and with real-life examples. So if you could provide Dr. Rima some real-life examples from your experience at Nokia on how teams with women have really sort of like moved the corporate needle forward in terms of economic gain and capturing maybe a larger market sector. In the same way that people think about Apple, for example, and how the original UX was designed by a woman. She's the only woman on the team, and how this has really made Apple such an accessible technology to so many people. But people don't talk about that very often, but it really was a woman who did that.
Thank you for a very great question. So maybe my answer will surprise you. So, you know, at Nokia, we were not promoting diversity and inclusion in a way that on every job opening that would, open up, we would say female preferred or anything like that. So we didn't do this, even in the past. So it wasn't related to now the change in U.S. administration, but it was, and in my view, in some ways, this is the right thing to do. Why? Because you don't want hiring to be a tick in the box. I have this percentage or that percentage. That's what we were trying to steer away from. But what we did over the years was changes that we implemented, which basically meant that more women would actually go up the career ladder. So I'll give you examples, tangible examples. We did a gender pay gap exercise where we realized that, you know, for the same role, men were being paid more. So that was equalized. Again, it wasn't done in 1 year, but over a period of, 3 to 4 years, we worked on improving that so that for the same opportunity or for the same role, the pay would be equal. And I think this is a very, very tangible example of what you can do in order to make sure that you're treating both the same way. We looked at skill sets and skill sets on both sides. What can be done to be able to improve skill sets, whether it's male or female, to go up the career ladder. We did something which we called unconscious bias training. So what is unconscious bias? I mean, a lot of times when you are hiring for a role, you have this at the back of your mind that you know this person. And again, it's the informal boys club or networks that are there. And therefore, you tend to sometimes choose from that. So we did unconscious bias training, and we implemented interview processes which had both male and female. So it was kind of a committee, the interviews, and therefore it had both representation, males and females, in order for us to have a selection which fits the role, regardless of gender. So I think, these practices, which were done a long time before, again, in my view, have meant that people have progressed, or women have progressed up the career ladder in a deserving way, right? It's not about filling quotas. It's actually about putting together processes that make sure that people that reach a certain level are there because of merit. It's not about, being male or female. Now, however, I do see funding generally being restricted on diversity and inclusion initiatives. I mean, I used to be invited to so many different sort of workshops and so forth. I see some of them being curtailed. I'm hoping that this, starts to take place again, where we see more initiatives on a sort of regional and global level. But again, from a company perspective, just transparently, that's what we've been doing.
Quick comment on Rima. We're being provocative, right? We need to make you uncomfortable. You're talking too much amongst yourselves. So listen, I want to challenge Rima in saying that we don't want to stay. The way corporate works is you're playing within the system. And I think we need to challenge the system itself, because the system itself is not equal. It isn't. Not just for females, for minorities. It isn't. And rather than saying, let me figure out how to do it in the system, that means I'm acknowledging and accepting the unequal system to start with. I think that is the root cause of the problem. And I encourage you to read a book by Sireen Khadr. It's called Fall Feminism. And it's about why white feminism fails. Because there are structural barriers set in the system. And therefore, yes, Rima, you may work in that system, but ultimately you will not be solving for the lowest common denominator. Because until the lowest person from the minority has this opportunity within a new system, then we're just we're just raising a ceiling. We're breaking the glass ceiling for some, but not for all. And when we have a lot to learn from not white feminism, but from black feminism, and how they have been struggling within that role, because black feminism is similar to other kinds of minorities around the world. So for me, and I challenge the whole system. We need to break it. We need to create a new one.
Other questions? I think we have one from this table. No?
Thank you very much. Sorry. Just wanted to make a small comment actually about the role of men in empowerment of women. Definitely, it's not an issue of women only. It's a societal issue. And it concerns men equally as it concerns women. One concept I think that was mentioned by the panel is about, and I would like to emphasize, is about the lost opportunity of not involving and engaging women in the processes of scientific research, in the whole process of development, in all kinds of society. So definitely, if we don't engage women, we are losing as a society. We are losing as men. We are losing all this, may I say, women power, manpower, women power in terms of intellects and other things. And another thing we are losing is, as also was mentioned, addition of women, there are some specific areas where the participation of women is needed, because dealing with, for example, as you said, in the medical, shall I say, field or sphere, and particularly in social spheres, definitely engagement of women can enrich. What I'm trying to say is ultimately, and I think it was stressed by distinguished speakers, is we really need to challenge the whole system. And one of the basic things is about freedom. We need to engage with the issue of freedoms. We need freedoms in its broader sense, including accountability, including freeing ourselves of many, shall I say, restrictions that we impose on ourselves, be it men or women. So we really need that. As men, as women, we need that to get out from darkness to enlightenment, to get rid of many of these as I said, barriers that we put before our. Last, what I would like to say, we need women, not because, as said by fun, because it's some, international community wants to have gender equality, rah, rah, rah. We need it because we need it. It's a necessity. It's not an ornament that we put in our projects or in our activities, and just to show that, oh, we have 5 women here, 10 women there. No. It's much beyond that. And basically, that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That was a great summary, and unfortunately, we will need to bring this session to an end. I've been really inspired. I think one thing that stood out to me is this idea that we should challenge ourselves and each others to be leaders in our own context, whether we choose to be, for a time, leaders in our family, or leaders of the next generation, or leaders of change to really shake up the system and see much broader change. But we'll be better to do that if we all do it together and support each other. So hopefully you'll be able to continue these conversations with our wonderful panel, but also with each other over the rest of today. So thank you very much. And thank you to the wonderful panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful discussion. We have now directly the Young Researcher session. Just to give you somehow a break, we want to first show you the individual videos that they have previously shared, talking about their presentation research. Basically, just in short, and I will add more details later, we have a call for young researchers where we invite master and PhD students from the Arab region to come forward with their presentations. Just after the videos, I will share the concept a bit more and then invite them to present, and they will be voting at the end for the best participation award. So feel free, if there's a coffee break next room, you can enjoy it or support our young researchers with their videos. Thank you.
أساليب التحليل الإحصائي استخلاف أنماط تساعدنا على التنبؤ المبكر على انتشار الأمراض. يهدف هذا البحث إلى تعزيز أنظمة الإنذار المبكر الصحية والمساعدة في الاستجابة الأولية والسريعة قبل أن يتحول العدوى إلى وباء أوسع. أدعوكم جميعا إلى حضور مؤتمر e-AGE أو متابعة البث المباشر للتعرف على أحدث الابتكارات والأبحاث في هذا المجال. وشكرا.
Hello everyone, I am Marwa Abu Gabal from Egypt, a master's student at Cairo University Biochemistry Department, and I'm really excited to be part of e-AGE25 conference. My research focuses on developing a new biosensor for early detection of prostate cancer patients specifically using the terbium and serosine biosensor complex. Traditional diagnostic methods have limitations such as being time-consuming, lacking sensitivity, and expensive. And that's what motivated me and my research team to explore faster and more reliable diagnostic methods. This new biosensor helps improve early diagnosis and makes screening more accessible for patients. I encourage everyone to attend the e-AGE 2025 or follow the live stream sessions to explore the amazing research happening across our region. Thank you and see you all there.
When we think of threats to all the rare books, we imagine burned libraries or natural disasters. But one of the biggest threats is invisible, living right on the pages of books that are hundreds of years old as microorganisms. So, I'm Hajar Nagdi from Egypt. My research focuses on the microorganisms that grow on rare books and special collections, some dating all the way back to 1496. I conducted my research on the rare books and special collection section of the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, a space filled with books that hold a great cultural heritage value. What most people do not realize is that these books can become a home for microorganisms like fungi that slowly damage them over time. I began with a microbiological screening that included samples from the air, shelves, and books. Through this, I identified which fungi were present and most dominant, and also measured the environmental and anthropogenic factors affecting their growth. Then I tested 3 natural antifungal compounds in the lab to see how effectively they could control these microorganisms. The results were promising, but it raises some exciting questions. Which fungi were actually found in these historic books? Did the natural antifungal treatment really work? And what is next to protect these books on a larger scale? Curious to know the answers? I'll be sharing the full story at Asran's upcoming conference under the theme of Uniting Minds. See you all in Amman, Jordan from December 1st to December 3rd, 2025.
Hello everyone, this is Wisal Bina Ishamati from Algeria, a young researcher. I'm in my second year of master's degree in artificial intelligence and big data. I'm so excited to participate in e-AGE 2025 this year, inshallah. It's a wonderful event that brings all the young researchers together to exchange the informations and exchange the knowledge. Our research is going to be about how to detect and to predict wildfires using AI models to protect our environment and community. What I have to say now is don't miss it. Join us at e-AGE. Follow the live stream. It's gonna be really useful, inshallah, and I hope you all gonna enjoy it and gonna be useful for you. And thank you so much. See you there.
Hello everyone. My name is Aya Ben Saad, a PhD researcher in hydrogeology from Tunisia. My research focuses on understanding the hydrogeochemistry of groundwater system. Through fieldwork analysis and modeling, we aim to reveal the mechanism driving salinization and contamination of groundwater resources, and to provide insight that can guide sustainable water management strategies, especially in regions facing climate change and anthropogenic pressures. And being part of the e-AGE 2025 is a step toward that vision. I'm very excited to present my research at the e-AGE 2025, and I warmly invite you to join our session or to follow the live stream to learn more about our findings. See you there!
مرحبا بكم جميعا. معكم مريم حليم طالبة الدكتوراه في الكيمياء البيئية بجامعة محمد الخامس كلية العلوم بالرباط المغرب. أركز بحثي على تحسين عمليات معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي من خلال الاستفادة من تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي وأجهزة الاستشعار المتصلة بإنترنت الأشياء IoT. يهدف هذا المشروع إلى تطوير أنظمة ذكية ومستدامة قادرة على رفع كفاءة إدارة المياه وحماية الموارد المائية بشكل مبتكر. أنا جد سعيدة بالانضمام إلى مؤتمر e-AGE 2025 الذي سيعقد في عمان بالأردن، وأتطلع لتبادل الأفكار والخبرات مع باحثين وخبراء من مختلف الدول. أدعوكم للانضمام إلينا أو متابعة الجلسات مباشرة لاكتشاف أحدث التطورات في مجال البحث العلمي والتكنولوجيا في منطقتنا. شكرا جزيلا ونلتقي قريبا في e-AGE 25.
Hello everyone, my name is Kausar Karoum from Morocco. I'm a PhD researcher in private law, and I'm dedicated to advancing the future of learning and research. In my presentation at e-AGE 25, we will dive deeper into how AI is shaping the future of learning and academic research. We will also discuss how AI can enhance education from strengthening research networks and facilitating access to knowledge to creating an efficient and personalized learning environment for students and researchers alike. My work also examines how AI can promote innovation, improve engagement in educational settings, and support collaboration among researchers across institutions and borders. I invite you to attend this event. Stay tuned for more discussions, demos, and live streams on how AI is reshaping the way we learn and create knowledge. See you soon.
Thank you very much for watching the videos. So basically why we are here, what is this call? It's a call for master and PhD students from the Arab region. They submit their work, and we had 50 plus submissions this year. Thanks to our scientific committee, as well with diverse backgrounds, they evaluate these submissions and they shortlist, and we have the 10 of them shortlisted, already a success. So let's clap for them, please. Okay, these 10 students, as you see, have diversity of countries and topics. Basically, this call, we had it launched last year and we had diversity, but we are proud to say today that we reach more communities. We even have a student from Yemen, as you saw. So basically what we offer these students is opportunity to network. You have seen many of them, you have met them during the events. They have travel support, regardless what is e-AGE conference. We support their travel to come to e-AGE conference and present their research. And then what is the best participation award? After they present their research, we will open the opportunity for audience voting. They will have a QR code that you can scan live. We will open it only for 5 minutes and you can vote only once. So once you vote for them, we collect the results from the scientific committee, 60%, and 40% from the audience voting, and then we know who is the best participation award this year. It will be announced during the closing. So please stay with us till the end so you can know who will be the winner of this year. And to support this community of youth, we have invited the winner from previous year to chair this session and introduce our research and talk about his experience from last year. So let's welcome him, Mr. Yusuf bin Rashid, please.
Hello everyone. My name is Yusuf bin Rashid. I am an AI engineer and a data scientist, and I am a lecturer at the University of Khamis Miliana in Algeria. So, yes, I am grateful to be here with you. And in case you know, for the new faces, I am the last year's winner of e-AGE25 Best Participation. And it was voted by the audience. And yeah, it was one of the highlights of my life. And so before I start, can we all just take a moment to appreciate the Astronaut team for their hard work, and we took months and months, and yeah, for their support, their friendliness, their generosity, and for giving us the chance to show our work and show our passion that we're trying to make an improvement or create a change for the better. So please, can we all just thank the team? A round of applause. So yeah, and honestly, winning that award was one of the highlights of my life. It opened so many new opportunities for me. Even the position that I'm at currently was all thanks to winning that award. And honestly, not even just academically or in my career, it even helped me as a person. Like, it helped me build my self-confidence, because when I first came here, like, I was really nervous. I felt like, after seeing all these wonderful people, all these great researchers, and I felt insignificant, to be honest with you. Like, I'm being very transparent. I felt very insignificant. I felt like I was behind, that I should be somewhere. But then I remembered that, like, one of my biggest motivators, I remembered that my mother, may Allah have mercy on her, she would have been happy that I'm here, that I got to share, that I got to be here, that I got to present my project to all these amazing people, that I got to be in the same room with them. And I knew that she would have told everyone about it. She would have made it a big deal. And that helped me motivate myself, helped me believe that just being here with all of you was an achievement on its own. So my advice to you and to young researchers, to the men and the women especially, is that you should never doubt yourself. You should never ever believe that you're behind or that you should be somewhere, and don't ever let the environment or the people around you tell you that, I don't know, that you're behind or you should be somewhere. No, that is not the case. The fact that you are all here together is an achievement on its own. So yes, yeah. So before we start presenting the participants, I'd like to give them an advice, which is, take it easy on yourself. You're all winners in my eyes. And yeah, we will have a vote at the end, as Nasreen said, and you can vote for whoever you thought had the best participation. So yeah, let's start with our first participant, which is Ayab bin Saad. Please, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings to each and every one of you. My name is Aya, PhD candidate from the University of Tunis Al Manar and the National Institute of Research and Physical-Chemical Analysis. So, it's a pleasure to be here today to share our findings on the topic of balancing water demand and resource protection, challenges for the Granbelia Aquifer northeast of Tunisia in a semi-arid Mediterranean context. So let's begin. Okay. Have you ever considered the hidden complexities of groundwater challenges? What if I told you that in the Arab and Mediterranean region, water scarcity is no longer projection, but a daily reality? And actually, groundwater provides nearly 80% of drinking water for many Arab and Mediterranean countries, but this resource is under serious pressure. About 50% of aquifers in the region are already overused or damaged. In some countries, the situation is even worse. More than 70% of aquifers are overexploited or severely degraded. Even in the better cases, 1 out of every 2 aquifers is still under critical stress. Before I continue, just want to make sure that everyone in the same page. For those who don't know, an aquifer is a natural underground water reservoir, and for a region like ours is one of the most important water sources that we depend on for agriculture, industry, and human consumption uses. And actually, the Grand-Beli aquifer northeast of Tunisia is part of this wider regional struggle, where the decline of groundwater quality and quantity has emerged as a critical and concerning issue. But we're not here to simply focus on the problem. We are here because we believe in solutions. Therefore, there is an urgent need to enhance our knowledge in order to establish sustainable water management strategies for safeguarding this valuable natural resource, especially for the future generations. So this study seeks to investigate the hydrogeochemical characteristic of the aquifer to understand the extent of degradation in groundwater quantity and quality, to identify the sources of degradation, including anthropogenic activities, and to investigate the influence of natural processes, and finally to propose integrated management options to balance use and protection. To achieve these goals, a multidisciplinary methodology has been devised, integrated qualitative and quantitative data to provide a robust analysis, which is based on site observations, geological census, analysis of hydrogeological and petroleum drilling, elaboration of hydrogeological cross-sections and wells correlation, establishment of hydrogeological and hydric balance, also monitoring of groundwater levels, and utilization of environment tracer measure and trace elements, and finally, analyze stable water isotopes. Well, actually, the results are truly alarming. First, groundwater levels are dropping in many areas. The water pumping exceeds the natural recharge of the aquifer, and the years of drought worsen this decline. And actually, the analysis shows a significant decline in groundwater table, reaching up to 10 meters in the northwest sectors between the year of 2004-2020. And actually, this decline is attributed to the extensive groundwater extraction associated with the development of agriculture and industrial activities in the area, and accentuated by the fluctuation of rainfall regimes. These findings indicate that the Grand-Beli groundwaters are being depleted and deteriorated due to the overexploitation and external factors such as climate variability. Second, the salinity is increasing in many areas, and actually the salinity exceeds 5 grams per liter in many zones, and the water is becoming unsuitable for drinking uses without treatment. From a geochemical perspective, the dissolution of evaporite minerals, water-rock interaction, and the ion exchange appear to be the main natural process responsible of this increase in salinization. In addition to this natural process of mineralization, anthropogenic pollution has also played a significant role in the contamination and salinization of groundwater resources. In fact, the high concentration of boron and nitrate are indicative of significant contamination of groundwater resources by wastewater, industrial discharges, and agricultural activities. The isotopy also shows something important. The water recharge is occurring, but with decrease in difficulty, and actually the water take a long time to be infiltrated, and the sensitive area are not protected. Well, to sum up, these findings tell one story, that the Grand Belly aquifer, like many aquifers in the region, is under serious pressure, and if nothing change, this pressure will grow, but nothing is lost. By identifying this mechanism and understanding this mechanism of degradation and salinization, we open the way to solutions. And actually, the solution is not simply to reduce pumping or restrict use. The real solution is balance. Balance between demand and supply, between present need and future protection, between the human activities and the natural limits of the aquifer. This means regulate groundwater abstraction and enhance aquifer recharge, improve agricultural water efficiency, monitoring and early warning system, and finally, and the most important, is governance and community engagement and collaboration in this vital source or action of these groundwater levels. So, and above all, this means recognize groundwater as a vital resource that one needs care, planning, and a long-term vision. As we conclude this presentation, I would like you to discover our latest publication on this topic to learn more about these findings. And thank you for your time. Your attention is appreciated.
So if you have any questions, please ask her. I will start. So based on, so you've done your research. So what about us? What can we do to help manage groundwater? And as citizens, what can we do to help prevent the groundwater reduction?
Thank you. This is really important to notice that community engagement in this action is very important to do that. So this is by regulate groundwater abstraction and utilization of the water by eco-friendly use, and that's all. That's what we can do from the side of the community and the people. At the site, the action is actually attributed to the community and the governance responsibility of this. So it's purely responsibility of the community and the governance. So to deal with these problems, we too, but first one is the governance and the community, the collaboration in the region, also very important to do collaboration to try to find solution for these challenges and problem. Okay. If there is no other questions. Yes. So the micro. Okay. Okay.
Maybe it's thank you very much for the presentation. How dependent are you on underground resources?
Yeah.
What percentage of that total water supply is that representing? If you minimize consumption,
yeah,
can you still replenish the underground water sources naturally, or do they eventually have to dry out because of climate change and whatnot? And then the third question is, what do you think you could do that is innovative beyond preserving underground water sources to sort of provide
Okay, thank you. That's really interesting to think about that. Actually, groundwater is the main natural resource we depend on in Tunisia for agriculture, industry, and drinking uses. So one of the most important to preserve this resource is to know and to comprehend the challenges on this groundwater. Okay, without understanding the pressure and the contamination and the processes of and mechanisms of these issues, we can't solve the problem. First, we have to understand the problem, then we have to proceed to management or something like that. So we play as a scientist to understand these issues first, then we can provide insight to groundwater managers or stakeholder to take action on for these problems and issues. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Aya bin Saad, for your great presentation. Now we move on to our second participant. Yes, before we begin, I would like to remind you that there are translation headsets. Some of the presentations will be in Arabic, and mostly will be in English. So the headsets are there. Feel free to use them. So we move on to our next, our second participant, Hagar Najdi min Masr, please.
صباح الخير. اسمي هاجر نجدي. بشتغل microbiology specialist as well as researcher في الجامعة. النهاردة هكلمكم أكتر على الريسيرش توبيك الخاص بيا entitled Indoor Fungal Diversity of Rare Collection Section at Bibliotheca Alexandrina and the Proposed Antifungal Compounds. اوكي خلينا نبدا بالبروبلم او المشكله اللي موجوده. الكتب والمخطوطات القديمه في كل العالم مش مجرد حبر على ورق، بل هي بيكون ليها اثر او تراث ثقافي كبير. ليه؟ بما تحمله من معرفه وستوريز اللي بتتنقل من جنريشن للتانيه. ولكن التراث الثقافي ده له ثريتس كتير. واحده من اهم الثريتس اللي بتهدد التراث الثقافي للكتب والمخطوطات القديمة هي الميكروبس. والميكروبس هنا ممكن تكون بكتيريا، ممكن تكون فنجاي وغيرها من الأحياء الدقيقة اللي بتقدر إن هي تجرو أو تكبر على المخطوطات والكتب القديمة وتسبب ليها دامج أو بنقول عليه biodeterioration للكتب والمخطوطات القديمة، وبالتالي بيحصل عندي cultural heritage loss. في العالم كله اتعمل ابحاث كتير في USA، في ايطالي، في بولند، في اندونيسيا، ماليزيا. ليه؟ الريسيرش بتاعهم كان دايركتد على هيريتج ماتيريال اللي ظهر عليها فطريات او بكتيريا او غيرها من المايكرو اورجانيزمز، وبداوا ان هم يعملوا انفستيجيشنز اكتر عن الميكروبيال كوميونيتيز اللي موجوده عندهم، بلس كمان ان هم يقدموا حلول بحيث ان هم يعملوا بريزرفيشن للكالتشرال المواد اللي لها تراث ثقافي. وبما اني من مصر فعملت فوكس اكتر عن الريسيرش اللي اتعمل قبل كده، فهنلاقي عندنا ريسيرش اتعمل تبع الناشونال اركايفال كولكشنز في مصر والناشونال لايبرري اوف ايجيبت وغيرها زي مكتبه الازهر اللي عملت ريسيرش على manuscripts dating back ل 14th century and 17th century اللي لها cultural value كبير. research point بتاعتي أنا اخترت برضو يعني بما إن في مصر فيها heritage sites كتيرة، أنا اخترت site وهو Rare Books and Special Collection section في مكتبة اسكندرية. السكشن ده بيحتوي على أكتر من 15,000 كتاب نادر أقدمهم ممكن يكون dating back ل 1496 وعندنا أكتر من 54,000 عدد ل 700 دورية قديمة وعندنا أكتر من 66,000 كتاب من المجموعات الخاصة. وده يخلينا نقول إن المكان ده له تراث ثقافي كبير. النوبلتي عندي إن مفيش أكاديميكلي ما كانش فيه أي ريسيرش اتعمل يعمل دوكيومنتيشن لنوع الميكروبيال كوميونيتيز اللي بتهدد المكان أو بتهدد التراث الثقافي الكبير اللي في المكان ده. هبدأ معاكم بالريسيرش اوبجكتيفز أو الجولز بتاعتي. الجولز بتاعتي هم 2. أول حاجة إن أنا أعمل سكريننج لكل الميكروبيال كوميونيتيز اللي موجودة وابدا اشوف الفطريات او البكتيريا اللي موجوده في المكان اللي بتهدد التراث الثقافي ده. الجول الثاني بالنسبه لي ان انا اعمل بروبوزل لحل. الحل ده يقدر يخفض لي من الثريتس اللي موجوده في المكان. الميثودولوجي بتاعتي كانت 4 حاجات. انا محتاجه اول حاجه ان انا افوكس على الانفايرمنتال كونديشنز، اعمل انفايرمنتال كونديشنز مونيتورنج. ليه؟ لأن التمبريتشر والهيوميديتي واحدة من الحاجات اللي بتأثر على الجروث للبكتيريا أو الفطريات، فأنا محتاجة أعمل مونيتورنج. ده ستيب نمبر 1. ستيب نمبر 2 اكشلي قبل ما ابدا الريسيرش بتاعي انا عملت سكريننج لكل الانواع بتاع المايكرو اورجانيزمز ولقيت ان اكتر نوع هو الفطريات. and that's why انا بدات اعمل في الستيب الثانيه fungal identification and characterization. بدات اعمل collection لسامبلز من الاير، من الشلفز، من البوكس. دي ستيب نمبر 1. الستيب نمبر 2 ان انا بدات اعمل identification، اعرف العينات بتاعتي. وتعريف العينات بتاعتي كان عن طريق phenotypic characterization يعني based على المورفولوجي، وجينوتيبيك characterization based على الدي ان اي بتاعها، as well as استخدمت SEM scanning electron microscope عشان اصور العينات بتاعتي. الستيب الثالثه عملت quantification using، انا بدات اعد الفطريات اللي موجوده في المكان، وعن طريق الستاتستيكال اناليسيز او يوزنج اندكسز مختلفه قدرت احدد الاباندنس والدايفرستي اللي موجوده في الفطريات في المكان اللي عندي. الستيب الاخيره بيزد على كل ده بدات ان انا اقترح او اعمل الجوريزم. الريسيرش ريزلتس اكشلي انا مش بشير، يعني مش هقدر ان انا اقول كل الريزلتس، بس feel free to ask me. بس انا I'll share المين findings بتاعتي. اول حاجه الميكروبيال كوميونيتيز، لقيت عندي ان في 3 انواع من الفطريات هم اللي كانوا دوميننت. اكشلي الانواع الفطريات دي هي اسبريجالس، بينيسيليوم، كلادوسبوريوم. ده جزء من الصور العينات اللي انا اوريدي كنت عامله لها ايدنتيفيكيشن. طبعا كان في انواع كتير. خلينا نفوكس على بيزد على الاستاتستيكال اناليسيس اللي انا عملتها. بدات احدد مين الدوميننت. طب ليه انا احدد الدوميننت؟ عشان اشوف ايه اكتر حاجه عمل ليها ثريت على الماتيريالز اللي موجوده اللي عندي. لقيت عندي فطرين. اول واحد منهم دي صور انا صورتها بالسكاننج الكترون مايكروسكوب. اول واحد منهم اسبريجالس فلافس، وتاني واحد منهم بينيسيليوم كراستوزم. طب دي ايه مشكلتهم؟ مشكله الاثنين دول حاجتين. رقم 1 ان هم عندهم الابيليتي تو بروديوس انزيمز، بتقدر ان هو تفرز انزيمز تقدر ان هي تكسر الماتيريال بتاعه الورق او المخطوطات. كمان عندهم القدره ان هم يبروديوس بيجمنتيشن، صبغات، والصبغات دي بتاثر طبعا على الكتب والمخطوطات القديمه، بالتالي بيعمل كالتشرال هيريتج لوس. ثالث حاجه ان احنا لقينا النسب بتاعتهم عاليه جدا في الاندور اير، في الهواء الخاص بالمكان. الستيب الاخيره ان انا بدات اشوف حل للمشكله، والحل عندي ان انا بدات اعمل تيستنج لانتي فانجل كومباوندز ليها ايفكت على الدوميننت سبيشيز اللي طلعت عندي. فاستخدمت عندي، انا اخترت ان الحاجه تكون معظمها تكون ايكو فريندلي، فاستخدمت عندي زيت القرنفل، زيت الكافور، وزيت شجره الشاي. الستيب الاخيره انا استخدمت الكلور اللي هو بيبقى موجود في البيت، ولكن ده الاستخدام بتاعه متخصص شويه، يعني ديسكاسد في السلايد اللي جاي. طيب هل هم كان ليهم ايفكت فعلا ولا لا؟ خلينا نبص مع بعض. اول يعني البينيسيليوم كراستوزم، اول طبق فوق ده يعتبر بوزيتيف كنترول، الجراث كامل. عندنا 3 نتائج. اول نتيجه منهم هي ان هو يعمل انهبيشن، فول انهبيشن، يعني يقلل العدد او يقتل المايكرو اورجانيزم اللي عندي، او ان يعمل نون سبوريليتنج، يعني يخلي الفطر اللي عندي ما يحصلش ليه اي ريبرودكشن، ما يطلعش سبورز، فما يبقاش في عدد كبير، او ان هو يكون نيجاتيف. اللي عندي التي 3 اويل واليوكاليبتس هم كان ليهم احسن ايفكت في التو كيسز. هاويفر الكلوف اويل اللي هو القرنفل ما كانش ليه ايفكت او كان نيجاتيف. اخر حاجه خالص، انا عملت منشن ان انا استخدمت الكلور، ولكن الكلور هو طبعا كان فيري افكتيف، عمل كومبليت انهبيشن للفطر اللي عندي، ولكن استخدامه هيكون محدد لما اعمل ايفاكيويشن لكل الماتيريالز اللي موجوده عندي في المكتبه، واعمل ديس انفكشن بس للسيرفيسز الموجوده. اخر حاجه الفيوتشر دايركشن، انا بقيم ان انا استخدم الايكو فريندلي سولوشن اللي هو الزيوت، ان انا اعمل انهبيشن للفطريات اللي موجوده في الهواء عن طريق استخدام نيوبلايزرز، لان انا استخدمت كل الحاجات دي اون لاب سكيل، وان شاء الله هستخدمها اون لارجر سكيل في الفيوتشر ورك بتاعتي، وان انا اعمل انفستيجيشن لميكروبيال كوميونيتيز ثانيه موجوده في هيريتج سايتس، لان مصر فيها هيريتج سايتس كتير جدا. آخر حاجة thank you so much. I'd like to thank طبعا my dear professor supervisors direct supervisor professor حنان وزلان، وحابة ان انا اشكر دكتور محمد سليمان ده نائب مدير المكتبة على موافقته ان انا اعمل الريسيرش بتاعي جوه مكتبة اسكندرية، وماي direct supervisor on professional level who supported me Miss Dina Yusuf head of library sector, and finally my dear staff جوه المكتبة في السكشن الخاص بالضبط البيئي، لان هم ساعدوني كتير وانا بعمل كولكشن للسنتر. Thank you so much.
شكرا هاجر نجدي. Thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful and very hands-on. Now we move on for our third participant. No questions, unfortunately. We went past the time, so for this one, we won't have questions. Now we move to our third participant, Kauthar Karoum من المغرب.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Ashwin and to organizing committee for bringing us together to this valuable event. Right. Your dedication to fostering regional knowledge exchange, advancing research collaboration, and empowering young researchers across the Arab world is deeply appreciated. It is a true honor to be here today. Scientific knowledge has always relied on collaboration, data sharing, and strong research networks. Today, research has become more global, more complex, and more interconnected than ever before. Researchers work across institutions, countries, and disciplines dealing with massive and diverse data sets. This topic contributes to a deeper understanding of how AI is transforming the structure and dynamics of scientific research work. It highlights this shift from traditional human-centered research models to hybrid models where human and intelligent systems work together. It also enriched academic debate on data governance, algorithm transparency, and the ethic automated knowledge discovery. On a practical level, this study provides valuable insights for policymakers, research institutions, and scientists. This leads to a central research question. How can AI be effectively deployed within scientific research networks to maximize collaboration, enhance knowledge discovery, and drive innovation, while upholding stringent legal frameworks and ethical principles? For the first chapter, this chapter focuses on the main contributes of how AI is increasingly transforming the way scientific research is conducted. It plays a pivotal role in enhancing research network by connecting researchers and institutions, accelerating knowledge discovery, optimizing research processes, and driving innovation. While these benefits are transformative, they come with legal consideration. AI in research must comply with data protection laws, intellectual property regulations, and institutional policies. If an AI platform identifies a novel drug candidate, questions arise about whoever the rights belongs to, whether the AI developers, the researchers, or the institutions. Alongside legal considerations, ethical considerations arises. Its AI promotes transparency, fairness, accountability, and inclusivity. It helps prevent bias, discrimination, and misuse of data. This brings us to the principle of balancing innovation and responsibility. While AI enables unprecedented progress in scientific discovery, it is essential to ensure that innovation doesn't compromise legal and ethical standards. AI can only succeed in the scientific field when supported by strong legal framework and clear ethical standards. Results show that AI affords enormous potential for advancing scientific research, but only when used responsibly and ethically. For the recommendations, develop comprehensive AI governance framework that clear principles of transparency, accountability, fairness, and responsible use within academic and research institutions, safeguard human oversights by ensuring that AI systems remain tools that support rather than replace human judgment, with the researchers retaining ultimate responsibility for scientific decisions and outcomes. Thank you for your attention.
So I have a question. So what are some measurements that we can do to prevent some AI errors that that the AI could make? Because as we know, AI is not 100% accurate. So what are some measurements that we can do to help prevent this from happening in the future?
Thank you for your scientific and personal data in accordance with international best practices.
Thank you very much. Excellent talk. I was curious if you were aware of technical ways that people can actually track data privacy leaks. So we only know of a data privacy leak when it's reported somehow, but is there are people currently leveraging Bitcoin, cryptography or blockchain technology to sort of track data breaches and things like that?
I think that clarify intellectual property regime is going to focus scientific deadlines addressing authorship, ownership, and attribution of AI-generated research. This is going to be
Thank you, Marwa Karoum, for your presentation. So now we will move on to we'll move to our fourth participant, Lara Nasruddin in Urdu, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lara Nasruddin, a master's student in pharmaceutical sciences at Applied Science Private University in Jordan. As a pharmacist, my ultimate responsibility is to ensure the well-being of all, in spite of age, gender, race, religion, or ethnicity, by providing medicine that is both effective and accessible to all. Therefore, I'm here to tell you why this exact image is a problem and how we aim to solve it. Antimicrobial resistance, or simply when microbes no longer respond to antibiotics, takes nearly 5 million lives every year, a silent global killer and a true public health threat. And sadly, according to the WHO, only 11% of countries have the national budget to fight antimicrobial resistance, leaving underdeveloped countries with higher risks of infection, while also producing resistant medication using non-eco-friendly practices. Which raises a very intriguing question. What if we could make nature fight itself? And from here, our project's main research questions arise. Firstly, how effective are glucosinolates of the Cimbrium officinale plant as a natural strategy against antimicrobial resistance? And secondly, can sustainable extraction methods, namely green extraction techniques, enhance safety, yield, and antimicrobial potential? Now, before we move on to the how, let's make sure we're clear on the why. The Cimbrium officinale, among all plant species, was chosen owing to its unique adaptation abilities, meaning you can grow it anywhere at very little cost. Secondly, and most importantly, it contains our star compounds, which are glucosinolates. Glucosinolates are a group of non-toxic, water-soluble, amino acid-derived natural compounds, which, according to the literature, possess both antioxidant and antimicrobial properties. And now, moving on to methodology. To extract glucosinolates, hand-ground, dry Cimbrium officinale leaves were used, and two extraction methods were applied. Firstly, conventional extraction, which is typically done by heating and boiling the plant material with water. Each sample took approximately 5 hours to complete, with very low reproducibility and high waste emission. The second extraction method applied was the microwave green technique, which was done by heating the plant material with water using a microwave at 120 watt for 2.5 minutes. And unlike conventional extraction, each microwave sample took only 20 minutes to complete, with very high reproducibility and reduced waste emissions. But still, to provide a comprehensive comparison between the two extraction methods, both phytochemical screening and profile analysis are mandatory. Therefore, phytochemical screening is done using two colorimetric assays. Firstly, the Folin-Soy-Calto total phenol test, which gives an indication to the extract's antimicrobial potential. And secondly, the DPPH antioxidant test, which typically measures the antioxidant capacity of the crude extract. On the other hand, profile analysis was done using 3 analytical instruments. Firstly, the high-performance liquid chromatography, diode array detection, or simply HPLC DAD. Secondly, the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, or FTIR. And lastly, the UV visible method. Now, moving on to antimicrobial activity, which is done using 2 microbiological assays. Firstly, the minimum inhibitory concentration, or MIC, which typically determines the lowest extract concentration required to inhibit microbial growth. And secondly, the minimum bactericidal concentration, or MBC, which determines the lowest extract concentration required to kill 99.9% of microbes. The assays were tested against 3 pathogens, 2 bacteria, and 1 fungi. Gladly, promising results were made. In both phytochemical screening tests, the microwave extract showed superiority to the conventional extract, which simply means that green extraction, being an eco-friendly, time-saving method, could actually produce extracts with higher antimicrobial potential. Now, kindly note that this is still an ongoing project, but based on these findings, we can certainly expect that the crude extract obtained from the microwave green method will exhibit improved antimicrobial activity, higher resolution, and peak capacity, meaning a better analytical profile. In summary, the microwave green extract showed higher phenolic content and antioxidant capacity. For future work, we recommend combining the glucosinolates extract with other plant extracts, aiming to enhance synergy and therefore achieve optimum antimicrobial outcomes. Kindly note that this project directly aims to support innovation, sustainable resource use, and biodiversity-conscious cultivation, in addition to access to affordable and cultivable plant-based antimicrobial alternatives. And finally, it's crucial to remember that there's a way that nature speaks, that the land speaks. Too often, we're not quiet enough, not patient enough to hear the full story. Nature already offers solutions. All we have to do is just listen. Thank you, and as a Jordanian, I'd like to welcome you all to Jordan. Hope you have a wonderful visit.
Excellent talk.
Thank
I
you.
have a few questions since your
Sure.
emphasis on sustainability, right?
Yes.
So has anyone actually done the calculation of how much energy is consumed in a 5-hour process of heating? If they use electricity, if they use gas, if they use some other source, and can do a side-to-side comparison. The other thing is, are these compounds synthesizable in the lab, or is the only source at the moment to be extracted directly from these compounds? And finally, I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but if you might be aware of the literature of efforts done where people have actually looked at the environmental impact of growing this kind of plant at scale. Does it become a weed in certain environments and sort of threaten the local ecology of other food sources and things like that?
Thank you for your questions. Firstly, to our knowledge, glucosinolates cannot be synthesized in labs. They can only be extracted from plants, from the Brassicaceae plant family. We chose Sesambrium officinale because owing to its unique adaptation abilities, we aim to solve inequality. So if we have a plant that can be grown anywhere and extract medicine from it, so why not? This is why Sesambrium officinale, specifically from other plant families, was chosen. Yes, for the waste emission, to the best of our knowledge and according to the literature, nobody has ever calculated exactly how much does the conventional extraction produce waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara Nasruddin, for your great contribution. Now we'll move on to our fifth participant, Miriam Halim from Morocco, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أفضل المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يسعدني كثيرا أن أكون معكم اليوم وأشارككم الحديث في النسخة ال15 من مؤتمر e-AGE. يشرفني هذا الحضور وأتقدم بالشكر للمشرفين على هذه الفرصة. تركز مشاركتي على موضوع أطروحتي الذي هم تحسين عمليات معالجات المياه الصرف الصحي باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي وتقنيات الاستشعار الذكي. سأحاول شرح الفكرة الرئيسية للمشروع. وانطلاقا من هذا التقدير من المهم أولا توضيح السياق العام للمشكلة التي يركز عليها البحث. كما نعلم جميعا تواجه العديد من الدول من بينها المغرب تحديات كبيرة في إدارة المياه، خاصة عند تزايد الطلب وتراجع الموارد. محطات معالجات المياه التقليدية تعمل بكفاءة، لكنها تعتمد غالبا على المراقبة اليدوية وغياب الموارد وغياب البيانات اللحظية، مما يؤدي إلى أخطاء تشغيلية والاستهلاك المفرط للطاقة والمواد الكيميائية وضعف جودة المياه المعالجة. استنادا إلى هذا السياق تنشأ الإشكالية الرئيسية التي يعالجها بحثي. كيف يمكننا تحويل محطات معالجات المياه التقليدية إلى أنظمة ذكية تعتمد على إنترنت الأشياء والذكاء الاصطناعي لضمان مراقبة دقيقة ومستدامة وتحسين الأداء العام للنظام. استنادا إلى هذا وبالتالي معالجة هذه المشكلة نركز على الأهداف التالية: جمع البيانات في الوقت الحقيقي باستخدام مستشعرات الEOT، إرسال البيانات تلقائيا إلى المنصة السحابية للتخزين والتحليل، استخدام نماذج الذكاء الاصطناعي للتنبؤ وتحسين جودة المياه، تطوير نظام ذكي يدعم اتخاذ القرار ويعزز من كفاءة التشغيل. لنرى أولا كيف يساهم إنترنت الأشياء في النظام. إنترنت الأشياء هو العين والأذن للنظام الذكي، حيث يقوم بأربعة أدوار رئيسية. أولا جمع البيانات اللحظية من مختلف مراحل المعالجة كالأس الهيدروجيني، درجة الحرارة، الموصلية، العقارة، ومستوى الماء. إرسال البيانات مباشرة إلى المنصة السحابية باستخدام مثلا الواي فاي. تمكين المشغلين من مراقبة النظام والتحكم فيه عن بعد في أي وقت. الكشف المبكر عن أي تغير غير طبيعي لضمان جودة المياه المعالجة. بالنسبة للذكاء الاصطناعي، الذكاء الاصطناعي يعمل كالعقل للنظام ويضيف قيمة كبيرة من خلال تحليل البيانات التاريخية واللحظية لكشف الأنماط، التنبؤ بالأعطال وتغيرات جودة المياه قبل حدوثها، تحسين العمليات مثل الجرعات الكيميائية وتقليل استهلاك الطاقة، إصدار تنبيهات أوتوماتيكية، ودعم اتخاذ القرار في الوقت الحقيقي. النظام يتكون من سلسلة مترابطة تبدأ بالخزان وتنتهي بالذكاء الاصطناعي. الخزان لمراقبة مستوى المياه وجودتها، أجهزة الاستشعار مثل مستشعر الأس الهيدروجيني، درجة الحرارة، مستوى الماء، العقارة. المتحكم الدقيق يجمع البيانات ويجهزها للإرسال. الاتصال لإرسال البيانات مثل الواي فاي. المنصة السحابية لتخزين البيانات وعرضها وتحليلها. الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحليل البيانات، تحسين العمليات، التنبؤ وكشف الشذوذ. بهذا يصبح النظام متكاملا وذكيا يعمل باستمرار دون أي تدخل بشري كبير. مع هذه الهندسة نهدف لتحقيق النتائج التالية: تحسين جودة المياه المعالجة بشكل دقيق ومستمر، الحد من الأخطاء البشرية وتعزيز كفاءة الاشتغال، تقليل استهلاك الطاقة والمواد الكيميائية، الكشف المبكر عن أي أعطال قبل حدوثها، وتعزيز استدامة إدارة المياه. في الأخير يجمع هذا المشروع بين إنترنت الأشياء والذكاء الاصطناعي لتطوير جيل جديد في محطات معالجات المياه الذكية والمستدامة. في المستقبل سأطور نموذجا أوليا يعتمد على إنترنت الأشياء، وأجمع البيانات الحقيقية لتدريب نموذج الذكاء الاصطناعي، ثم أقيم فعالية النظام في تحسين الكفاءة وتقليل التكاليف. وفي هذا الإطار أطمح أيضا إلى تطوير هذا العمل عبر بناء تعاونات مع مختبرات دولية من أجل الوصول إلى نظام أكثر ذكاء وقدرة على دعم عمليات المياه بشكل متقدم. ولا يفوتني أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر لمشرفتي الدكتورة سعاد الحجاجي على توجيهها ودعمها المستمر، كما أشكر الحضور الكرام على الاستماع والمتابعة. شكرا.
بداية الله يعطيك العافية على هاي بصراحة presentation، وبصراحة it is fruitful presentation. لكن أنا في سؤال، هل إحنا وصلنا للتكنيكال results ولا إحنا فقط propose the system to be in the future؟ You already got the results of your system؟
ممكن عربي؟
أوكي آسف. هلا أنت السيستم شرحتي لنا إياه وحكيت عن الفيسز اللي راح نروح فيها من عملية collecting للداتا، الريل داتا، الريل تايم داتا اللي اخذتيها من الاي او تي سنسورز، بعدين عملت لها بروسيسنج، بعدين على اوبتمايزيشن وبروبلت حتى وصلتي للريزلت، صح؟ في ريزلتس ولا لسه ما في؟
لسه مثل الريزلت. انا
just proposed approach.
انا بشتغل الان على البروجي، بس بالسنه الاولى جمعت الابحاث في السنوات 10 سنوات الاخيره، والان احاول جمع النظام بمختلف المستشعرات، يعني عدة مستشعرات، ثم أجمع بين جميع من زعما
طب معناته خليني
من الذكاء الاصطناعي،
يعني
من نماذج الذكاء الاصطناعي حتى أختار الأكثر دقة في
طب خلينا هلا أوجه السؤال، معناته نحكي من ريسيرش، خلينا نوجهه لبروبوزل. هلا بروبوزل في تولز راح تشتغلي عليها؟ يعني أنت عارفة تولز راح تشتغلي عليها ولا لحد الآن ما قررتي؟ يعني لسه الاوبتمايزيشن، هل ايفوليوشنري الجوريثمز مثلا، ميتي هيورستيك الجوريثمز، ولا لسه ما قررت؟
لا ما في.
اوكي شكرا يعطيك العافيه.
شكرا مريم حليم من المغرب. Now we move to our sixth participant, Marwa Abu Gabal من Egypt, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Marwa Abu Gabal and I will be presenting my research project titled with new biosensor for early detection of prostate cancer patients using terbium and 13-9-carboxylaldehyde synthase. So before diving into the biosensor itself, let me start by briefly highlighting the problem we are addressing. Prostate cancer is the most second common cancer in men worldwide, with 1.4 million new cases annually. The early detection of prostate cancer improves survival rates up to 90%. So this huge impact led us to ask, are the current diagnostic methods sufficient? So let's move on to see how prostate cancer is currently diagnosed. The traditional diagnostic method or current diagnostic method includes DRE, ELISA, TRUS, and biopsy. These diagnostic methods are useful, but they sometimes have limitations such as lacking sensitivity, lacking accuracy, invasiveness, and time consuming. These limitations create an urgent need for faster, more sensitive, and more specific alternative, which brings us to PSA itself. PSA biomarker is the main detector of prostate cancer in blood. The normal level of PSA is below than 4 nanogram per milliliter, and the abnormal level is more than 4 nanogram per milliliter, which indicates high risk of prostate cancer. However, measuring the PSA using ELISA can sometimes lack accuracy. So the question is how we can measure PSA biomarker with high sensitivity and high accuracy. The answer of this question led us to develop a new biosensor based on luminescence signals. Our proposed biosensor is based on terbium and 13-9-carboxylaldehyde and designed to detect PSA biomarker with high specificity and high sensitivity. So to understand how it works, let's break out its main components. The biosensor composed of 3 key parts. First part, terbium anthracene-9 carboxyldiide complex. Anthracene-9 carboxyldiide act as antenna ligand which transfer energy to the transition metal, which is terbium. Then terbium emits this energy as a fluorescent signal, which is the basis of the detection. The second part, modified cellulose matrix, which holds the complexes of the biosensors together for the formation of the same film itself. The third part, anti-PSA monoclonal antibodies, which were immobilized into the same film to increase the selectivity of PSA antigen in the serum. Now we are understanding the components of the biosensor, so let's see how they function together. The mechanism step by step. First, PSA antigen in the serum binds to the antibodies into the same film, and then which stimulates or triggers the signals, fluorescent signals, and then terbium amplificates these signals, followed by data analysis and result interpretation. To achieve this mechanism, several experimental steps were required. For the optimization of, for the fabrication of biosensor, several optimal conditions were required. We begin with solvent effect for sensor optimization. The study evaluated 4 different solvents: DMF, DEMSU, ethanol, and acetonitride, for providing the highest fluorescence intensity essential for effective biosensor performance in PSA detection. DEMSU showed the highest luminescent intensity, which means that DEMSU was the best solvent for the fabrication of the biosensor. The second optimization step, to optimizing the molar ratio between the metal and the ligand, between the terbium and anthracene-9 carboxyldiide. Molar ratio 1:1, metal to ligand, showed the highest luminescent intensity. So the fabrication of the biosensor required DEMSU as a best solvent and 1:1 terbium to anthracene ratio as a best molar ratio for the fabrication. The last step, immobilization of after the fabrication of biosensor in solution, the complex were embedded into carboxymethyl cellulose for the formation of the same film and dried overnight. The next step is immobilization of antibody by adding anti-PSA monoclonal antibodies into the same film biosensor for increasing the selectivity. After the fabrication of the biosensor, the sensor needed structural confirmation, so we used SEM characterization of polymer only showed non-uniform and cracks. SEM characterization of composite film showed a smooth and stable surface. And finally, SEM characterization of antibody immobilized SEM film showed confirmation of successful immobilization of antibodies into the SEM film. Once fabricated of the biosensor, we tested its analytical performance by adding different concentration of antigen, and it's giving a quenching effect, which means a successful sensing performance of the sensor towards PSA antigen. And this is the calibration curve of our experiment with limit of detection 0.0159 nanogram per milliliter. Linear regression coefficient 0.996, which means excellent linearity and excellent sensitivity. The analytical performance or the analytical measurements was only part of the story. Clinical performance were required. So, 10 samples were obtained from or collected from prostate cancer patients, random prostate cancer patients, for the clinical performance or the clinical testing. The biosensor showed recovery in the intraday and the interday near 200 or above 200, and with relative standard deviation percent 0. In the intraday and the interday 0.24% and 0.26%, which means excellent accuracy and excellent precision. In the conclusion, confirms reliability of the developed biosensor for quantitative biomarker detection. Any question? Yes.
Very nice talk, thank you. I have many questions, but I'll just ask two. So your terbium spectra are very nice. I didn't see whether they were time gated or not. Do you get a background of anthracene in those spectra?
The time of my work?
No, did you time gate the terbium spectra that you collected?
The time, I don't
Did you apply time gating?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you're getting rid of the anthracene fluorescence background.
Yes.
Yeah. And secondly, do you need to consider the compatibility of the solvents with the antibodies as well as with the complex?
The antibodies rules in the sensor to increase the selectivity by interaction between the antibody of on the simple routes emission spectra or fluorescence signals and antibodies for binding to.
And do they work in all of the solvents that you tested?
Yes.
In DMSO and DMF, the antibodies.
In them. No, DMF.
Okay.
In them ones.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your great presentation. Now we will move on to our sixth and seventh participants. They'll be presenting together. So please, let's welcome Marwa Hashim and Mohammed Hababa.
Our modern world was built on a fuel, and history was shaped by those who find, control, and burn the dominant fuel of the environment. Today, we are standing on the threshold of the next energy transition, asking ourselves, who will control the future of clean energy, and who will become the Saudi Arabia of this new era? But today's transition is not about replacing one fuel with another. It's about technologies that redefine how energy is produced, used, and stored. Hello everyone, I am Hamad Hababa and I am here with my colleague Marwa Hashim. We will walk you through a techno-economic comparative analysis of hydrogen production technologies for refineries. We will follow this straightforward outline. So let's start with the problem statement. With all the peace attempts worldwide, we still prefer to use aggressive language in our terminologies. Look at this. Hydrogen, described as the Swiss Army knife. What is meant by the Swiss Army knife? We want hydrogen to be integrated in every application, to cover all the processes, starting from chemical processes to power systems and transportation. But that great question remains, is it possible? Let's see. Without even counting the applications mentioned before, the demand of hydrogen is huge, and we still rely on natural gas as the main production route. Electrolysis, it's a brilliant process. It's just hydrogen from water, and millions of dollars being invested in its research annually. However, it still covers 0.1% of the demand. If we want to ask ourselves, what is the mean of usage of hydrogen nowadays? It's mainly in the refinery process. So our approach will be, let's find sustainable hydrogen for our refineries, and then we can scale it up to other processes.
Sustainability is not just about being green. It's about balancing what we have with what we want. This same principle applies to hydrogen production. Since there's no single perfect technology, hydrogen can be produced through several key technologies, of which we have steam methane reforming, biomass gasification, electrolysis, coal gasification, and photoelectrochemical water splitting. For the purpose of this study, we will be excluding the last two technologies. Steam methane reforming is the most widely used technology to produce hydrogen. In this process, methane from natural gas reacts with steam at high temperature to produce hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. To make this process a bit more sustainable, we can integrate post-combustion carbon capture that is able to capture up to 70% of the carbon dioxide. Another process is biomass gasification. In this process, biomass, which can be municipal solid waste, agricultural or forestry residues, wood, or other types of waste, can be converted into hydrogen-rich syngas using gasifying agents such as steam, steam, oxygen, or air. Another key pathway is electrolysis. In this pathway, water is split into hydrogen and oxygen using electricity. However, when powered with renewable energy sources, we can yield zero carbon green hydrogen, and this can happen at low or high temperatures. Now, to determine the most suitable technology for refinery integration, we performed a multi-criteria decision analysis, taking into consideration 4 key criteria, of which we considered integration complexity, carbon footprint, cost efficiency expressed as the levelized cost of hydrogen, and technological maturity. Using the analytical hierarchy process and an extensive literature review, we were able to perform this matrix, and as a result, we found that biomass gasification outperformed other technologies and therefore was chosen as the optimal technology to go forward with. Doing this, we simulated biomass gasification on Aspen Plus. The feed that we used was 2,000 tons of biomass per day, expressed as a typical Middle Eastern municipal solid waste composition. The feed first had to be decomposed, then it reacted with the gasifying agents, which we chose to be steam and air, through 2 reactors that were previously kinetically modeled. And finally, we had the purification step. Under the defined condition, our simulation was able to yield 51 kilograms of hydrogen per 1 ton of biomass, showing the great potential of biomass gasification.
I think the language before was a bit technical for everyone, so let's normalize it to a language that we all understand and go over the economic analysis of such projects. Starting with the cost estimation, and since we are dealing with a chemical plant, we based our cost estimations on a base study where we calculated the capex, opex, taking into consideration some economic parameters such as the capital cost, plant lifetime, and most importantly, the yield from our simulation. This will result us in the performance of such project, shown in this nice waterfall chart, showing the yearly present values of the cash flows ending at year 20 with $100 million. It's obvious that is a positive NPV, and a discounted payback period between year 9 and 10. For those coming from economic or finance background, would say that such project is a moderately risky project. However, we should keep in mind that such project is usually implemented by the public sector, and it has also other environmental and social benefits that are shown in the benefit cost analysis. The benefit cost ratio is calculated to be 1.81, which is above 1, after taking into consideration the benefit of avoiding the cost of landfilling of the waste and adding a cost of the treatment of the carbon dioxide, which is a byproduct, even if it's green carbon dioxide, however we should treat it. And lastly, the LCOH, or the levelized cost of hydrogen, was found to be $1.70 per kilogram. This price is very competitive, as prices in the literature are usually between $2 and $3. And without much saying, and just to show how economics can shift with scale, we performed some sensitivity analysis, and it shows that if we operate the plant at a larger capacity, this would lower the LCOH to below $1.5. Also, if we have any added cost for any byproduct streams, this will raise the cost to above $2.
Now, to conclude, from our work, we aim to integrate sustainable hydrogen into such refinery here shown in pink circles. From our work, and to be able to reach our goal, the next step is to validate our work experimentally and engage with industries to build a clear roadmap. These steps together will enable us to ensure the integration of biomass gasification into existing refineries in an optimized and controlled manner. Thank you.
We are happy to answer any questions.
I've been told not to ask questions. I will only say a comment that I really enjoyed about your presentation. It's very holistic. Obviously, technology development, economic sustainability, and gaming is very important, even if you're building for the public sector, especially if you're building for the public sector. So I really appreciated that aspect. And maybe I have one burning question, which is, would you recommend actually deploying this technology in the current state, or would your immediate and honest instinct be that let's look for something better?
To be honest, at some point we will be forced to implement such a technology with all the stricter regulations and the agreements nowadays on the top of the Paris Agreement. So refineries are forced to decarbonize their process. So they will not have an option. This is like we suggested, this technology, biomass gasification is already a mature process. So integrating it in a refinery would be an easy process. The research more would be on how we will be integrating and how to make use of the equipment and the process that we have. If we approach a refinery and we tell her and we tell the refinery that we should have a completely new process, they will refuse. However, if we suggest retrofitting their equipment and just integrating sustainable streams, they will say yes because they are forced to. If Marwa has anything to add.
Let me just add the 2 main points. Biomass gasification is the only technology that can go carbon negative, not just it can reduce the carbon emissions. Another thing here, we're solving 2-in-1 problems. One is the waste, because some problems face problems in dealing or managing waste. So here we're using the waste, the municipal solid waste, in order to generate hydrogen. So we're dealing with waste and yet producing sustainable hydrogen. Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for your great performance. Now we move on to Mohammed Naji min Yemen. Please, round of applause.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم محمد ناجي، طالب دكتوراه في جامعة الإمارات في قسم الأحياء الجزيئية. طبعا بتكلم على موضوع مهم جدا في الفترة هذه الزمنية، عبارة عن الكشف المسبق للأوبئة والفيروسات عن طريق الصرف الصحي استخدام التسلسل الجيني. طبعا الكل رأى ما حدث في فترة كورونا، الكل تضرر، المدارس تضررت، الشركات تضررت، الدول تضررت، لأن ما كان وجود طريقة مسبقة تساعدنا في رصد الأوبئة. طبعا المشروع عبارة عن الكشف المبكر للأوبئة. هذا المشروع يعتبر من أحد الجهود الموجودة حول العالم لاكتشاف أداة معينة تستخدم للكشف عن الأوبئة. طبعا مثل ما تكلمت ان فيروس كورونا بدأ في أواخر عام 2019، خلال عدة أشهر انتشر إلى أكثر من 100 دولة حول العالم، وسبب أضرار كبيرة لجميع الدول. ليش؟ لأن ما حد كان مستعد لهذا الفيروس، ما حد كان عنده أداة أو تقنية أو أسلوب عمل مستعد للكشف عن مبكر الأوبئة. طبعا بعد ما ظهر فيروس كورونا الكل ذهب إلى الطريقة التقليدية، مسحات الأنف. هذه التقنية مكلفة جدا، والمشكلة الكبيرة فيها بأنها مفيدة وفعالة فقط بعد ظهور الأعراض. في بعض الأحيان الشخص يكون مصاب بالمرض ويحتاج إلى 5 أيام إلى 7 أيام حتى تظهر عليه الأعراض. هذا الوقت يكون الفيروس قد انتشر على جميع المناطق. خلال فترة جائحة كورونا بعض العلماء ذهبوا إلى مياه الصرف الصحي. مياه الصرف الصحي تعتبر مستنقع حيوي للأوبئة والفيروسات، تستطيع الاستفادة منها. البعض يعتقد أن مياه الصرف الصحي مجرد نفايات، لا، بل هي معلومات حيوية تقدر تستفيد منها من عدة مناطق وعدة أبحاث. هذا الاكتشاف ذهب إلى بعض العلماء لاستخدام مياه الصرف الصحي كأداة للكشف عن الأوبئة. السؤال: هل نستطيع أن نجعل الصرف الصحي أداة مستقبلية للكشف عن الأوبئة ولا لا؟ بتكلم على البحث اللي أجريته في فترة كورونا. استخدمنا تقنية اسمها تقنية الQPCR، وهي تقنية من تقنيات علم الأحياء الجزيئية تساعد في الكشف عن نوعية وكمية الفيروس المكتشف. أنا اكتشفت فيروس، هذه الطريقة تساعدني الكشف عنه. أجرينا الفحوصات على عدة مناطق في إمارة معينة، وتم تقسيم هذه المناطق إلى 49 نقطة، حيث أن نأخذ عينة بيولوجية مرتين خلال الأسبوع من هذه المنطقة. من هنا تبين لنا بأن بعض المناطق تكون أعطيناها اللون الأحمر، بمعنى بأن كمية الفيروس الموجود في هذه المنطقة كمية عالية، ثم إلى الشهر الآخر يتم انخفاض. الجميل بهذا الموضوع أن البحث هذا كان بالتشارك مع وزارة الصحة ومع البلدية. هذا التشارك ساعدنا في النهاية في اتخاذ قرارات. لو تسمعوا بعض القرارات اللي تم اتخاذها في إغلاق بعض المناطق، هذا كانت نتاج أحد المشاريع اللي اشتغلنا معاهم، وكان في نتيجة إيجابية أن رقمنا ربط النتائج المأخوذة من فحص المشروع الخاص بنا مع نتائج الحالات المؤكدة في وزارة الصحة. كانت في هناك علاقة إيجابية بين هذا الفحصين. ولكن مشكلة هذا الفحص يساعدك على الكشف الفيروس أو الوباء الموجود. أنا أحتاج إلى فحص على الفيروس أو الوباء القادم، يكون عندي خطوة استباقية. من هنا قنا حاليا شغالين بتغيير فحص الكيوبيساي إلى فحص التسلسل الجيني، وهو عبارة عن فحص التسلسل الجيني للفيروس بشكل عام. مشكلة الكيوبيساي يساعدك على فقط الكشف عن الأوبئة الموجودة، أما السيكونسنج يساعدك على الكشف عن جميع الأوبئة وعن جميع المكونات الموجودة في هذه العينة البيولوجية. ويساعدك أيضا في الكشف عن الطفرات إذا كان في طفرات موجودة أم لا. الهدف المشروع بأنني أريد أن أبني نظام مستدام يساعد على الكشف عن الأوبئة والفيروسات قبل حدوثها، وربط النتائج الموجودة في هذا المشروع مع النتائج المأخوذة من وزارة الصحة كعينات تأكيدية. أن نتائج هذا المشروع أن يكون عندي نظام استدام وربط النتائج، ويكون عندي آلية عمل موحدة بيني أنا وبين الجهات الأخرى حتى يتم الأخذ بالنتائج الموجودة في الفحص. طبعا نسمع خبرتك يكون تقسيم، يكون في اخذ اكزامبل من منطقه معينه يتم تقسيمها الى عده اقسام. هذه الاقسام تكون مغطيه بالصرف الصحي بشكل تام، واخذ عينه بيولوجيه حسب منظمه الصحه العالميه تكون مرتين اسبوعيا عشان اغطي المنطقه، ثم اخذها عن طريق جهاز الاوتوسامبلر. ميزه هذا الجهاز انه يتم اخذ عينه كل ساعه، فانا عندي بعد يوم كامل عندي 24 عينه قط جميع الأوقات الأشخاص الذين عزكم الله يدخلون الحمام أو يدخلون. ثم بعد طريقة استخراج الحمض النووي استخدمنا طريقة السيكونسينج، طريقة التسلسل الجيني، استخدمنا تقنية النانو بور. هذه ميزة هذه التقنية بأن تعطيني التسلسل الجيني للفيروس بشكل كامل، لا تختصر، لا تعطيني جين واحد ولا جينين، تعطيني تقنية الفيروس بشكل كامل. أيضا بأنها تعطيني أي فيروس سواء كان معلوم أو غير معلوم. ثم أستطيع أن أقارن هذا الباثوجين الموجود عندي مع ريفرنس سامبل. وميزة هذا الجهاز يكون يأتي على عدة أشكال، منه شكل صغير تأخذ بعض العلماء يأخذون إلى القطب الجنوبي أو إلى الصحراء أو إلى أماكن نائية، وأقوم بفحص التسلسل الجيني سواء لأي جهة لأي نبات أو أي حيوان أو أي عينة بيولوجية يحتاجها. فتكون الأوتبوت عبارة عن سلسلة جينية. آخذ إلى تحليل البيانات. تحليل البيانات عندي نوعين، أقدر أحلل العينات الودي المعروفة يساعدني في أدخال الرو داتا أو البيانات التي حصلتها على السيكونسنج، ثم أستطيع معرفة أنواع البكتيريا وأنواع الأورجانيزم الموجودة. بالإضافة إذا عندي نيو فاريانت ديتكشن، إذا عندي طفرة جينية، يستطيع هذا تحليل البيانات أن يقوم ببناء هذه الترددات قصيرة المدى لتكوين تسلسل جيني كامل وقارنه مع قاعدة البيانات وأشوف هل في اختلاف ولا لا، أو قاعدة اكتشفت في اختلاف 20% 30، وربما تكون هذه طفرة جينية أو ميوتيشن. النتائج المتوقعة للباحث أنه سيكون عبارة عن بناء نظام مستدام، بحث مياه الصرف الصحي، ومناقشة هذا النظام مع الجهات ذات اتخاذ القرار. شكرا. أي حد عنده سؤال أنا حاضر.
بما انك عايش في الامارات وانت بتقول ده ممكن يكون سيستم مستدام، ايه الامراض الباثوجينز اللي بتدخل الامارات بشكل مقبول بسبب السفر كتير او بسبب الهجره للامارات اللي ممكن غير كوفيد ساعات كوفيد ممكن تسبب
نعم دكتور. دكتور النظام هذا ليس انا اتكلم فقط على كوفيد، يقدر يستخدم الانواع، تقدر تستخدم الانفلونزا الموجوده ادينو فيروس او اي طفره جينيه في اي انفلونزا. الجميع يعرف ان كل السنه ناخذ مره مرتين عباره عن طفره جينيه جديده في الانفلونزا. هذا النظام يمكن يستطيع الكشف على هذه الانفلونزا، لانك انت في النهايه بتقارن السيكونس الجديد اللي اكتشفته مع الداتا بيس للفيروس الانفلونزا وبتعرف الطفره الجينيه الموجوده. بالاضافه هذا النظام لا يقتصر على الباثوجينز، بعض الجامعات تستخدمه للكشف عن الانتي مايكروبيال ريزيستنت، للكشف ايضا عن المخدرات من الصف الصحي. بيئه مهمه جدا للمخدرات، في بعض الدول تستخدم على الكشف عن المخدرات من مياه الصرف الصحي. بدل انا اقوم بفحص كل شخص موجود في هذا المكان، اقوم بفحص مياه الصرف الصحي تعطيني دلاله مسبقه على وجود هذا الدراجز ولا لا. في سؤال اخر ولا؟ شكرا.
Thank you, Mohammed Najib. Now we move on to our 9th participant, Sally Najib من العراق.
صباح الخير. أنا كلش سعيدة إنه أنا موجودة هنا جديات. كلش ممنونة على هاي الفرصة إنه أنا أعرض لكم اليوم البحث الخاص بي. بس قبل ما أعرض لكم البحث شوي حأقول لكم قصة بداية هذا البحث. أنا اسمي سالي، أنا أشتغل مديرة مشاريع إنسانية خاصة بتمكين المرأة حاليا في العراق. أنا خلال فترة عملي التقيت أكثر ما يقارب من 1000 إلى 1500 امرأة بحياتي، وكل ما أرجع من الشغل للبيت أسأل نفسي سؤال واحد: إحنا ب 2025 مستوى التكنولوجيا والتطور الرقمي والبنى التحتية اللي وصلنا لها ولحد هسه إحنا ما قادرين نلقى حل الاحتياجات الأساسية للنساء اللي دا أشوفهم أنا بالمجتمعات ما بعد النزاع، اللي هي أغلب دولنا العربية للأسف دا تعاني من عدها. وأني كامرأة أشتغل بقسم تمكين المرأة بالعراق، أنا أريد ألقى حل لهذا الشيء. طيب أنا كسالي كباحثة أو كامرأة بشكل عام بالمجتمع شنو دوري على مود أسوي هذا الشيء؟ فقررت أكتب بحثي الأول اللي هو بناء قدرات منظمات المجتمع المدني والنهوض بالبنى التحتية الرقمية لتمكين النساء والفتيات في الأنبار والعراق. هسألوني وتقولون ليش اختاريتي الأنبار بالذات؟ اللي يعرف الأنبار هي أكبر محافظة عندنا إياها بالعراق، إن شاء الله تجون تشوفوها، بها أكبر صحراء، والأنبار أكثر محافظة بيها دراما وقصص وتشويق من ناحية العنف اللي صار، النزاع وتأثيره على حياة النساء. فقررنا نشتغل بها من بعد اجتماعات وهواية موافقات. بدينا. الأنبار مرت باختلافات ثقافية ونزاعات طائفية يعني تعنيف للمرأة بشكل كلش هواية، لدرجة كمية التقارير اللي ممكن تشوفوها بالإنترنت بالسوشيال ميديا باليو ان من البحوث من المراكز البحثية العفو ما راح تخلص. بس يا ترى شنو كان الأثر الحقيقي إلها؟ شنو غيرت بواقع النساء؟ ممكن نحكي اليوم عليها. بالبداية قعدنا نقول شنو المشكلة، وإحنا عندنا بالعراق نقول على مود تعرفون المشكلة نقعد نسأل شنو الشيء اللي إحنا نريد نسويه. أول شيء قررنا نعرف إنه إحنا شنو مستوى وصولنا للخدمات النساء، وردنا نعرف شنو مستوى المهارات اللي إحنا نريد نوصلها للنساء على مود يستفادون من التكنولوجيا الحديثة. فوصلنا تقريبا النقطتين إلى 4 نقاط عرفناها، إنه إحنا لازم نحدد الاحتياجات الأساسية للمختلف الفئات العمرية للنساء للوصول إلى التكنولوجيا. والنقطة الثانية لازم نسمح بوجود حلول واقعية وبرامج حقيقية تعمل بها منظمات المجتمعات المدنية بالعراق على مستوى التمكين الرقمي. للعلم خلوا معلومة حقول لكم إياها، الأنبار بها أكثر من 100 منظمة مجتمع مدني محلية ودولية تعمل من 2004 لحد هذا اليوم، ولحد هذا اليوم تمكين النساء مو كافي بالعراق، بس على مستوى محافظة دا أحكي عني. فهسه حنطيكم الأرقام، تحبون الأرقام. شلون اشتغلنا؟ رحت أنا خلال 3 سنوات ونص من كتابة البحث قابلت 756 مرية وبنية من مختلف الفئات والأعمار من مختلف الثقافات التعليمية خلينا نقول، ومن مختلف الأماكن بالأنبار. 3 سنوات ونص أني أفتر بالأنبار وأسأل مرية شنو تردين؟ إحنا أكو مثل يقولون إنه women never know what they want، بس إحنا بهذا التقرير عرفنا هم ايش يردون، وقدرنا نجمع كلماتهم ونسويها صورة واحدة على مود نعرف شنو الحل اللي ممكن نقدمه لهم بمجال التمكين الرقمي. بلس تتذكرون أنا قلت لكم محافظة الأنبار بها أكثر من 100 منظمة مدنية تعمل. أنا رحت أخذت عينة وسويت عقد ويا 6 منظمات محلية، قلت لهم أنتم ايش تشتغلون؟ ايش تسوون؟ شنو الخدمات اللي تقدموها للنساء؟ احنا ب 2025 شنو التكنولوجيا اللي تستخدموها على مود تساعدون النساء؟ بالبداية طلعت عندنا الجابز إنه إحنا عندنا 20% أصلاً من النساء ما عندهم أجهزة إلكترونية، وطلع عندنا 16% من النساء بسبب الزواج المبكر هم ما يعرفون شلون يستخدمون التكنولوجيا أو شلون حتفيدهم بحياتهم، أو أصلاً ما عندهم الصلاحية إنه يوصلوا لها بسبب الضغط الزواج المبكر. وطلع عندنا 15% من العينة اللي هي 756 امرأة ما عندهم مساحات آمنة. طيب إذا أنا ما عندي مساحة آمنة أصلاً شو حستفاد من التكنولوجيا؟ شنو فائدة هاي التكنولوجيا بحياتي إذا أنا ما عندي أمان؟ إذا أنا ما قادرة أوصل صوتي، إذا أنا ما حد قادر يسمعني؟ فهنا رجعنا سوينا، ذكروا من قلت لكم أنا قعدت ويا وحدة سألتهم، كتبت جوابهم وكان جوابهم كلهم واحد. هم ما كانت طلباتهم مستحيلة أو صعبة، كل اللي طلبوا مساحة آمنة، برامج محو-أمية رقمية، تدريب للفتيات بالمدارس بالجامعات بالمعاهد، سلامة عبر الإنترنت. ورادوا يعرفون شنو دور ال100 منظمة المحلية والدولية وش يشتغلون على هذا الموضوع. لو هي بس مؤتمرات وملايين الدولارات انصرفت على الأنبار فقط، وهاي عينة و3 سنوات ونص. إذا ناخذها من 2003 لحد اليوم يعني الله يستر. اللي وقعنا أنا لحد من شاركت التقرير كان أثر متوقع، بس بآخر 3 أشهر إحنا قدرنا نأكد ونجيب أرقام وإحصائيات ما أقدر أشاركها اليوم لأنه بعدها مو موثقة بشكل رسمي على الأثر الحقيقي اللي صار من اشتغلنا مع 6 منظمات محلية ومن أخذنا رأي 756 امرأة على موضوع التمكين الرقمي. النتائج اللي صارت عندنا إنه نسبة النساء اللي بلغوا عن حالات العنف، اللي عرفوا مراكز دعم النسائي بالمجتمع، اللي اندلوا مراكز التمكين المهني بمناطقهم عن طريق التكنولوجيا، زاد بنسبة 50%. وأيضا هماتين زادت عندنا البرامج التنموية الإنسانية مع منظمات المجتمع المدني اللي ما تحتاج أصلا لأي مبالغ مالية، واستمرت وصار بها استدامة دائمية لأنه أونلاين. فبالأخير أنا ما راح أطول هواية لأنه المشروع أصلا أخذ 3 سنوات ونص. حسألكم سؤال، شنو فائدة التكنولوجيا إذا هي ما تساعدنا؟ وشنو فائدة التكنولوجيا إذا هي ما تقدم وتغير حياة إنسان بحياتنا؟ أني أنتو وهذول النساء والأطفال أبنائكم وأبنائنا ومستقبلنا وجيلنا كله يعتمد على شيء واحد برأيي الشخصي، هو المرأة. شكرا. في السؤال؟
شغل رائع. بس أولا هو مش أو يعني أول حاجة عايزة أقول إن دي أول presentation في social sciences شفناها النهاردة في شغل رائع.
Thank you.
تاني حاجة ممكن سمعتي عن باسس أكيد يعني نتمنى تشتغلوا معاهم لأن هم فعلا نموذج رائع لإزاي ناس في منطقة نزاع رغم استمرار النزاعات في المنطقة قدروا يقللوا النساء والشباب في المنطقة، بيعملوا لهم لينك كويس جدا مع تك كومبانيز بره البلاد بحيث ان هم بيدخلوا عمله صعبه للنساء وللرجال بس من غير شقه، يعني هم بيأدوا شغل وبيبذلوا مجهود بالدولار، وممكن بالتنسيق معاهم تقدروا تلفجوا النتورك بتاعتهم وتجيبوا الخبرات دي عشان اوبريشن من خلال السيرفر ده.
شكرا. ثانك يو.
Thank you, Celine Najib. Now we move on to our 10th and final participant. Please, let's all welcome Wisal Ben Aisha from Algeria.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Wisal Ben Aisha Mati from Algeria, master's student in my second year of EI and Big Data. Today I'm gonna present my project titled by Wildfire Spread Prediction and Visualization. As we know, like an outline, gonna have an introduction, motivation, dataset description, contribution, experimental results, conclusion, and perspectives. Written in me, this sentence is: wildfires don't knock on the door. In fact, they arrive without warning. As we know, a lot of places in the world today face the wildfires by a very dangerous phase, like what's happened last year in LA, which wildfires wasn't expected even. That's why the damage was really huge. Even a very big country like America couldn't stop it from the rest. Also, in Algeria, we have a very different climate. So the north of Algeria is in a very big danger. Like the summer for us is like a warning from the wildfires. So we think how can we use AI to predict problems like this and to solve these problems, like to minimize the damage as much as we can. So we think about using a deep learning model to predict and visualize wildfire spread for faster and smarter disaster response. So we use a satellite imagery, as we see, and the prediction model, and the result of this model, we visualize it into a 3D images. Here, a real-world application. At first, we have wildfire detection by sensors, which the sensors detect. We put the sensors on the places that affected mostly with wildfires, as usual. The sensors ping in the location to a UAV drones, which this one deploy and gonna verify and collect the feature from the environment. And then it send it to our AI model that we're gonna contribute and which is gonna analyze and predict fire spread and give us a result which gonna send to the logistic department, like firefighter or another, to take a decision and solve this problem before the damage gonna be more huge. Like a motivation, wildfires is increasing. So our work, like an AI engineers, we need to minimize the damage. We need to predict this problem in a very, very short time to let be more. Anyway. We use as a dataset description next-day wildfire spread. It's a machine learning dataset. I just take a few features. I didn't take all the features that we worked on. I just take the essential ones because we don't have time. So at first, I'm gonna see VIIRS feature, a visible infrared imaging radimeter suite, active fire data. As we see in the picture, the red pixels are the places that have fires. Each pixel is personalized like a 500-meter resolution of the region. And this one, it's updated dynamically daily. So every day we have a new update and checkup. Secondly, we got topographical environmental features. So we saw that the region that can evaluation and population, etc. And then the feature of vegetation indices, for example, the places that stop the wildfire without the human getting, and also the wind speed and directions. The wind, how the direction of it. Contribution. What we're gonna have an input feature, the features that collected by the drones, gonna go to the pre-processing model. And this model contains a min and max normalization, clipping, z-score normalization, etc. This for the data. And for actual architecture that we use, it's a unit architecture, which has an 18 convolutional layer that deployed, and this layer followed by a batch normalization layer. The batch normalization layer connected to a ReLU activation function, and we use a dropout layer for the useless data. How we train the model? We use an early stopping to stop the training when the validation performance stop improving. And after all, after all, we validate the model and save the model for the next use. Training results. We have a previous fire mask, and we have fire mask and prediction. So we're gonna explain it in the implementation part, in our prototype. So this is all the results that we got. Now, can I video? Turn it on, please. Okay. Here's the prototype that we work on. We used a 3D map from Mapbox, Data Explorer. We have the red areas, which is the ground truth and prediction. Ground truth and prediction. The prediction, it's the model that and the ground truth, it's the real ones. So the testing serves as our data input. Models predictions are sent through a socket address. We use, as I said, 3D map and that from Mapbox data. Ground truth and prediction masks are applied on the 3D simulation map. Like a conclusion, as I said, the results that I found for this data set that I used wasn't really perfectly. So the result that I got is 72.41% accuracy, and which is a 28% increase compared to the best model that I used before. Perspectives, we need to protect our environment, so we need to find many solutions as much as we can. That's why we use EI. EI is for making life easier and solving the problems that human couldn't. Thank you so much for listening, and any questions?
Excellent work and very locally applicable. I had a question. So sometimes models.
Loudly, please.
Can you hear me better now? Sometimes it's not just the choice of model that affects the performance of your AI system, right? Sometimes it's the types of data that you input into the model. So in your opinion, are there other types of data that you imagine could be integrated in a multimodal model and improve your prediction? Have you thought of other sources of data that could?
The data that I use isn't just what I show you, because I have a lot of features. I just precise the most important ones with that I explained. But I work on many others, for example, like population, about the place that people lives in too much, citizens, others like with the sensor, as I show you in the real world. Can you show me the presentation again? As I saw in the application graph, the sensors detect many features. We don't have one sensor. We have sensor for temperature. We have sensor for the CO2. We have sensor for capture the vision, like cameras, etc. So we don't have only one sensor, one feature. So we have a lot of features. That's why the accuracy, for increase the accuracy, we have to work too much on features. We have to give it a lot of features, more than right. And that's all.
So thank you all for your great presentations. They were all very insightful, and they all have such great contributions. And yeah, that will be the end of our young researchers sessions for this year. I will move Celine. She will conclude the session. And thank you all for listening and being here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for staying till the end. Sorry for the delayed coffee break. I just want to say you have a tough decision to make. For me, I don't know who I'm going to vote for. So I know we clap, but let's have big clap for all, because we announced the winner. We want to thank their efforts for being here. Okay, so we did rehearsals yesterday, and we agreed with the young researchers that there will be questions from the audience, but some felt that they blew it, so please don't count the questions and answers in your voting. Count on the presentation itself, because that will be only fair, maybe because of the stress, okay? As I said, now a reminder of our young researchers again and the voting. You have 5 minutes. Please don't take long to take the decision, and you can only vote once. I know you have many, maybe, favorites, so please choose one. Yep. I think everyone voted already. No? Sorry? You don't have to put a number, you only have to put a name. Is it solved already? Okay, so the time is over. Thank you very much. Just, yeah, no? 1 minute. Done. Okay. So just a reminder, the results will be combined with the evaluation already taken from the scientific committee. 60% scientific committee, 40% the audience, and we will announce the winner during the closing. Now we can release you for a coffee break, but please come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
It's like you never broke my heart, like you never said the words, so worlds never further apart. Just like you never broke my heart, like you never said the words, just like you never broke, just like you never broke, just like you never broke my heart.
Hello, good afternoon. Could we please be seated? Okay. Could we please close the doors as well? Okay, it's me again. So apparently I will be chairing most sessions. So welcome to the 7th session of our conference, Smart and Sustainable Systems, Innovation in Energy, Data, and Connectivity, where we will explore innovative solutions for sustainable power generation, advancements in digital infrastructure analytics, and emerging models in transportation and vehicular communication, all alongside the crucial role of capacity building in strengthening research and education networks. Our speakers join us from leading institutions and industries worldwide, each bringing valuable insight from both research and practice. Without further delay, let us begin our session. I invite our first speaker, Dr. Ahmed Kabil from Delta University for Science and Technology. Please. Should we clap for him, please?
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I will present today our research titled with Design and Analysis of Hybrid Solar RF Energy Harvesting System for Sustainable Power Generation. My name is Dr. Ahmed Kabil. I'm an assistant professor in Delta University at the Faculty of Engineering. I'm a vice director of International Ranked Center, ambassador for YASAS, and IEEE ABS MTTS secretary in Egypt. Our Delta University has ranked appear in many rankings like US, ARU, THE, and our location is in the north coast in Egypt. Let's start with our agenda. We will discuss the energy harvesting third, then how to use antenna in energy harvesting, then combining solar cell with antenna and study, and we use transparent antenna in order to combine it with the solar cell. Then we study the mutual effect of solar cell and antenna on each other. Then we move on conclusion and future work and questions. Let's start with the term of energy harvesting. Energy harvesting is the process of scaling energy from any physical source to convert it to usable power. We have the light energy or kinetic or thermal energy, and nowadays we will interesting in RF or radio frequency energy harvesting. Well, everybody know about solar energy harvesting. Solar cell, electrical device that convert the energy light directly from the sun. But we need to know what is RF energy harvesting. RF energy harvesting is radio frequency energy harvesting. It's an energy conversion technique to employ to convert the energy from electromagnetic sources into an electrical domain. Electromagnetic sources may be information or energy. We call it RF wave source. In particular, RF energy harvesting, very applied solution to use in low power application and IoT system. In order to make an energy harvesting system, we looked to the block diagram. We need a receiving antenna. We need a rectifier to convert the AC signal to DC signal but we need in between an impedance matching circuit to prevent losses. The very early trial of wireless was by Tesla, known as aka Tesla Tower. It doesn't work, but nowadays the research direction focus on prototype and receiver architecture, wireless energy transfer source, different network architecture, and optimal resource allocation like time, frequency, power. RF energy harvesting design procedure, we need first to select the bandwidths we work in. Local survey for use bandwidth frequency and band usage and allocation. Then the design of antenna. Here we use a microstrip patch antenna, patch shape selection and analysis. We need design and simulation and antenna array. Then the circuit design, like combiner, rectifier, matching circuit. Then the final step, fabrication, testing, and assembly. Here we have using antenna for energy harvesting. If we look at the first figure, we see the source, then antenna, matching impedance, rectifier, power management, then the application. But in the first figure, we use only single element antenna to collect the RF. But if we need to use a multiple antenna and we call it an array, we will face a problem. The first problem, we need a rectifier and a matching circuit for each element. So how we can prevent this? We use a power combiner to prevent each matching circuit and multiple rectifier for each antenna. Antenna over solar cell. Let's see the construction, the patch, then the perspex, feed line, and glass to prevent the mismatch between solar cell and antenna, then the SMA connector to feed the antenna. Combining it together, we use semiconductor which are not ideal substrate for antenna due to the variable conductivity. So we build antenna around solar cell, or we make a meshed antenna. This is combining solar cell with antennas. This is a figure. Then if we make a meshed antenna, it will reduce the transparency that reach the solar cell. So what is the other option? The other option is transparent antenna. Transparent antenna could achieve by using transparent conductive material like graphene, carbon nanotube, transparent conductive oxide, TCO, conductive polymer, nanowire, and these figures show the transparent antenna. Here is a transparency equation, or the relationship between transparency and thickness. We can see it's an exponential decay. It means when the thicker antenna get, the decrease appear on transparency. So we need to select the sheet with the same unit as resistance. It's ohm per square, and sheet resistance is determined by the material. So we can change in material, but we can change in the thickness. Let's see the effect of transparency antenna on gain. Let's know first what's the antenna gain. Antenna gain is a measure of antenna directivity and radiation efficiency, and its term has been duplicated by IEEE as shown as figure. Let's see the effect of transparency on antenna gain. For a fixed line width, we have higher transparency result a gain reduction. However, when fixing the transparency and optimize for line width, it's notable that the relation between antenna gain and width is inversely proportional. For effect of solar on antenna, when solar are placed near antenna, they cause interference and decrease the performance of the antenna, and the presence of solar cell are also lead change in the radiation shape. The most noticeable reduction in antenna gain occur when conductivity level where solar panel junction operate. Let's see the vice versa, the effect of antenna on solar cell. Solar cell efficiency is very sensitive to the attenuation in solar energy. Addition, any material over solar cell increase. We can see in the figure the power with voltage, well, where bare cell cover glass with antenna in 5 gigahertz and in 10 gigahertz. This a comparison with the efficiency between bare glass cover and patch antenna in 5 gigahertz and 10 gigahertz. This comparison integrates solar antenna energy harvesting designs with other research. Conclusion, transparency antenna allows sunlight to reach cell with a very low efficiency reduction. The use of transparent antenna eliminates the need separate structure for antenna. Combining antenna with solar cell enable dual function. Future work. Before future work, we noticed that the mutual effect between antenna and solar cell is decreasing each other efficiency, but in research we say bad result is also a result. For future work, we can study more transparency material or using a conductive ink to make an antenna. Thank you, and any questions?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you for this informative talk. I just have two questions. I'm not going to say concerns because still we don't have answers for these questions. The first one is, I think you did not mention about the methodology that you used, the formalism of the problem. How did you formulate the problem? Because we are talking about optimization of problem, and as we know, the solution of such kind of problems, it should be mentioned earlier in the formalism of this novel work. Honestly, the contribution of the paper or of this talk is clear, but I'm talking about the formalism as the first concern. The second one, can I ask you about the optimization solution? I mean, the algorithms that's being used in order to reach to such results, and also then you demonstrated these results. So just these questions, methodology and the optimization technique that being used. Thank you.
I will answer the two questions in one answer. In antenna, we use a software called CST to design the antenna. In solar cell, we use console. Till now, there is no such software combined together to design antenna and solar cell together. So we use the fabrication. We fabricate antenna on المركز القومي للبحوث الإلكترونية بالقاهرة. And we combine it with a solar cell and we study it on actual.
Did you mean that you got these results based on real experiments in the lab itself?
Only fabrication.
Oh, fabrication.
There is no
no algorithms being used.
We intend to create an equation that describes the mutual effect, so we can reach a software that combines the CST with console.
Okay. So because this is why, because we are talking about very critical and sensitive, honestly, problem when we're talking about the optimization. So I know it's not easy to do such a great work like this. But if you want to publish such work, we have to mention about the methodology and also the flow chart in order to show how the system will perform till you reach to the results and then the demonstration part. Thank you so much. I'm satisfied with your answer. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. We now invite Mr. Ahmed Abu Ala from Nokia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ahmed Abu Alam. I'm an IT networks consulting engineer at Nokia. I'm honored to be with you today to present you how do you eat an elephant flow. But before I start, I'd like first to give you a brief on what is an elephant flow. So a flow in the context of networks, IT networks, is a sequence of data packets that have common characteristics. And accordingly, these packets are treated as a single stream when being routed. Common characteristics, like what we call in networks the 5 tuple, which in very basic words are the source IP address, destination IP address, source port, destination port, and protocol. We hear about the TCP and DP. So these common characteristics, when they are common, when a flow has common characteristics, when packets have common characteristics, they are treated as a flow. So what is an elephant flow? It is still a flow, but it is a flow that consumes a significant amount of the network capacity relative to other flows. Let me give you an example. Streaming an HD movie is considered an elephant flow when compared to consuming Twitter or X. Let's relate this concept of elephant flows to research and education networks. The first example I have today is the LHC, or the Large Hadron Collider, which is basically a device that accelerates particles and collides them at near the speed of light. And it is used within the European Nuclear Research Organization for experimentation. These experiments actually generate hundreds of terabytes of data. Another example is the Square Kilometer Array, or SKA. SKA is going to be the largest telescope in the world when the project is complete in 2028. It will have a site in South Africa that is expected to generate 20 terabits per second. In order for you to imagine this number, this is equivalent to 6.7 million homes simultaneously consuming HD videos, simultaneously streaming HD videos. So how do we typically transport such large data sets in research and education networks? In research and education networks, sites are typically connected over secure VPNs using large capacity interfaces, large capacity links. These large capacity links are even often bundled together to form large network pipes to be capable from transporting such huge data sets. When these links are bundled together, they are typically using what we call a link aggregation group, or a lag. This lag relies on hashing algorithms to be capable from distributing the traffic flows across the different links. The hashing algorithm uses the information included in the headers of these data packets. Like I mentioned earlier, the source IP address, destination IP address, ports, etc. And hashing algorithm, and that's why you can find in the research and education networks what we call data transfer nodes implemented at the endpoints. These data transfer nodes split large data sets into multiple TCP flows so that they can utilize the hashing algorithm to distribute the traffic across different links of an app. Hashing actually works very well when we have thousands of flows, but hashing is inefficient when we have few flows. This is because few flows do not provide enough entropy to the hashing algorithm to select different links of the link aggregation group, or different links of the bundle of links. This has implications. This can lead to link congestion, which will result in packet loss and consequently what we call the TCP back. In conclusion, all this leads to poor network utilization as well as low data transfer rates. So how to efficiently transport elephant flows or large data sets across research and education networks. One of the solutions is FlexE or Flexible Ethernet. FlexE also bonds to Ethernet interfaces to form a FlexE group similar to the link aggregation group, similar to the lag. Yet, FlexE does not rely on hashing algorithms to distribute traffic across different links of the bundle. So, how does FlexE distribute traffic across different links of the FlexE group? FlexE introduces a new layer, a shim layer, between the Ethernet MAC layer and the Ethernet physical layer. This shim layer carves the Ethernet bit stream into equal-sized blocks. These equal-sized blocks are then distributed across the different links of the group using what we call the round-robin method, simple round-robin method. This method ensures equal balancing of the packets across the different links of the FlexE group. You will notice now that blocks are distributed across the different interfaces of the FlexE group, irrespective of the flows that these packets belong to. So does this have any implications at the receiver side? So when blocks are distributed across the different interfaces of the FlexE group, this means that data blocks can arrive at different times at the receiver. Also, it can arrive unordered. So the receiver, the receiver router will have to place these blocks in what we call a ESQ buffer. This ESQ buffer compensates the difference between the fastest and the slowest optical paths of the FlexE group. But buffering can introduce delay. So we have to keep this buffer size at minimum. In order to do this, it is recommended that the different interfaces of the FlexE group to follow the same hyper path in order to make sure that the difference between the difference in propagation delay between the different optical paths is at minimum. A second recommendation is that these interfaces have to be using SFPs, optical pluggables, from the same vendor in order to make sure that the difference in processing latency is also minimal. And finally, if these SFPs are digital coherent optics, the ZR and the ZR plus standard, it should select wavelengths that are adjacent to each other because the speed of light over fiber vary by wavelength. Let me summarize the key points which are covered in this presentation. So first, elephant flows consume a significant amount of network capacity, significant amount of bandwidth. Typically, in research and education networks, we rely on link aggregation groups, lags, that bundles different interfaces to transport large data sets. Lags or link aggregation groups rely on hashing algorithms to load balance the different flows across the links of a lag. Yet, hashing algorithms are inefficient in case we have few elephant flows. And that's why FlexE is a suitable solution because it does not rely on hashing algorithms. It is still a bonding standard like the link aggregation group, yet it does not rely on hashing algorithms to distribute traffic across the different interfaces of the FlexE group. The FlexE introduces a new layer in the Ethernet between the Ethernet MAC and between the physical Ethernet layer. This layer is the shim layer. It carves the bit stream into blocks and distributes these blocks equally using simple round-robin method to to ensure load balancing across the interfaces of the XP group. This brings me actually to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I'm available in case you have any questions.
Our next speaker is Mr. Augustine Formosa from RIPE NCC. Please.
Yes, thanks everyone. Also, thanks the organizing committee for accepting this talk. It's an honor to be here. Also to be able to visit this beautiful country. And also thanks for the translators in the back for helping me keep up with the great content that's being presented. Let's give the slides some seconds. Did I press? I work at RIPE NCC. RIPE NCC is one of 5 organizations in the world. We allocate IP addresses to different networks that want to connect to the internet. We cover the service region of Europe, Middle East, and parts of Central Asia. But we also do internet measurements. So this is what we can observe of the events happening in the internet. And one analysis we have been doing is around cable damage. So some of other presentations have been talking about how important cables are. We have this measurement platform, and we're curious what can we observe from our measurements. The work I'm going to present is the product of Emil Aben. He's one of our researchers. He's been presenting in different venues, and I'm doing a short version of this. So this is how the short story starts. This is a timeline of events. Somewhere around end of 2024 is when some conversation was happening about cables being disrupted in the Baltic Sea. And somewhere around January is when the second cable was restored. And that's the timeline I'm going to cover. And that's the 2 cables I'm going to talk about. The VCS East-West and the Sea Lion. And this affects 4 countries. It was Sweden, Germany, Latvia, and Lithuania. It has been all over the news. So lots of places have been covering this. So it only made this phenomena a little bit more difficult to understand, because on the one hand, the news outlets were saying, or at least speculating on the reasons for these damages. On the other hand, when talking with sovereign cable operators, they also tells us, hey, this is also part of our operations. This happens frequently, and we are prepared for this. So we took initiative and tried to check what was happening from our point of view. So let me introduce you to RIPE Atlas. Is one of our internet measurement platforms. Nowadays, it consists of around 13,000 probes which are connected. These are typically plugged in people's homes. So these connect from residential places, residential networks. But most importantly and relevant for this topic is anchors. Anchors are a special type of probe. These are typically racked units, sometimes with redundant power supply, usually connected to the core of the network. So they're not connected to access network, but closer to where the big part of the infrastructure is located. And we run a ton of daily measurements. Some are requested by the user, which we call user defined. Some other just run automatically from day 0 when these devices are connected. I was telling you about anchors, they do many measurements, but at least there's one that is relevant for here, which is ping measurements. And this is just the time it takes for our vantage point to reach a target. So we measure what's called latency in the network. That is the time it takes to reach a host. And also we measure packet loss. This is the amount of packets that we have sent but haven't come back to us. High packet loss would indicate that something is going on in the network and the network is dropping packets. One important thing is also these anchors, because we have higher expectations of how well connected they are. We construct a automatic mesh. So there's a mesh of measurements that is created automatically between every single pair of anchors. So anchors measure themselves continuously over time. And that is very important for this case study. In this case, on your right, you can see in orange the anchors that we picked to check if there was information, or at least some nice data at the time that the cable cuts were reported. For example, between Rostock and Helsinki, you would expect that those pairs of anchors would be measuring each other and they would be able to provide a signal around the time of disruption. So that's a bit the anchor count. Usually the more nodes you have, the better. You have more certainty in the data you're working with. In the case of Lithuania, it's a little bit on the low end, but still it was able to provide some information on the events. So this is a bit how the measurements look like. On the x-axis, we have daytime around the time where events were reported. On the y-axis, so every row is a path between two of these anchors measuring each other. In orange, we have the latency values. So you can see that not a lot of rows were affected by high latency, just some of them. Also, there's a summary chart at the top that shows an aggregate view of how this was impactful in both latency and orange. You could see the step up clearly, and packet loss in black. And that's where things were reported pretty clearly. So just one note is these are not absolute values of latency, it's just the difference between what was considered a baseline before the events and the values afterwards. This is a little bit of zoom in into the upper chart. Also notice that you can see some small peaks in the black chart which represent the packet loss, but the difference between the pre-situation and the post-situation is not that big. So this was flagged as events not having a significant impact in packet loss. Similar situation for the other cable. That's where their reported damage was. You can see that there are more rows affected than in the previous case. You can also see there's a higher baseline level of packet loss, but also the difference between pre and post event was not really considerable. So the effect on packet loss itself was not big. In latency, as you can see, it was. So those were the events of the cable breakage. But we also observed the events of the cable repairs. So on the vertical line, the 1730 on 28th of November is when the cable was reported as repaired. But afterwards, we kept on seeing latency effects. Our speculation is, okay, some networks were probably using that cable, but when the event started happening, they chose to use alternate paths. So once the cable was repaired, they kept using alternate paths. And only once they were really sure, they started using the repaired network cable again. But that's a hypothesis. We don't have information or data on the cable layer itself. We only have from higher layers, so from the IP level. So we need to do some guesswork around the data we see. So this was using really simple ping measurements in which we can see latency increase, but we don't see packet loss increase. So what we call is the internet routes around damage. And the internet is like this graph of networks and how much can the internet tolerate when you start cutting links between those nodes. Service will degrade, but service will cope. So that's what we call we route around damage. We also did a deeper dive into this, not only using latency, but also taking into account the different paths that the measurements were taking. These are called traceroute measurements and provide more rich information of what is going on under the hood. And we could basically classify networks in one of three types, depending on the level of resilience they have. And the first one is what we call interdomain rerouting, and is my network was sending traffic through one, and in the time of events, I started sending traffic through another network. So that's the in-between network rerouting. That's why it's called interdomain, internetwork rerouting. As a second category is my network is not relying on other network, but the paths that information takes inside my network, they change. So we see a change in the IP addresses that are used inside my network. And as a third one, we saw that some of the paths, so we didn't see any change in the IP addresses, but we saw that the service coped. So we think that at a circuit level, there is some redundancy that we just cannot observe from the IP layer. So it's redundancy happening at a lower level in the cables themselves. Picking another use case. So this is around the Red Sea, probably closer to the region, September this year. And in this case, you can see a lot more rows affected at the time of disruption. The little chart, the little black line plot, which is the packet loss, this chart is a little bit misleading because those packet loss levels are actually quite high. It's the peak that happens right when the disruption starts is around 50%, which is a lot. So in this case, we see both impact in latency and in packet loss. So a little bit summing up, in the first two cases, the internet routed around damage. There's different levels of redundancy, but resilience is not guaranteed. So you can have impact in both, and you can have service disruptions depending on your resiliency level. That's why it's important for us to keep measuring and keep monitoring. And this is when I come back to the start of my presentation about having anchors which fire measurements automatically and are part of a mesh. We want to have measurements before the events happen and not be reactive and only have measurements when or after things are already going on. We are a neutral source of information. We're in charge of basically operating this platform, making sure the data is available to whoever wants to use it. This is an open data platform where coverage is key. And we are basically requesting, especially from those networks that are not covered by the Atlas platform, if they would like to be part of this network, please reach out. This region doesn't have a big coverage, so it would be really nice to get some more vantage points just to let you know how important this is. When we are talking about the Red Sea, in this case, the observation, so the vantage points that are used here is between France and India, two places that you would think they're totally unrelated. Well, coverage in some parts of the world make a big impact when events happen on another part of the globe. So that's why we would really like for those networks that would like to be part of this network, please reach out. And one more thing before wrapping up is our RIPE Academic Cooperation Initiative. This is a travel support grant that allows those submissions that are accepted to have financial support to attend our meetings. In our meetings, you will be able to present your work, also network with other attendees, and learn a lot from the content that's presented in that space. We have SEE, Southeast Europe 14, coming up in Belgrade, and RIPE 92 in Edinburgh, May next year. We also have a mailing list where there's information you can check, so please look it up. If you have any research related to networking, you might be a good fit for this. Also, shout out to we have a blog, it's called RIPE Labs. We publish stuff like this, but we also accept contributions from other people that want to give their work larger visibility and have feedback on their work. So please, if you're working this world of networking, consider submitting things to be published via RIPE Labs. And I think that's it for the time we have. I would love to receive comments or questions. I think we're too close to lunchtime for this.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will be in Arabic in case you want to use the headset. So, ندعو الآن دكتور مذكور الأزهر من الجزائر من جامعة الدولة. Please.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أود أن أشكر القائمين على المؤتمر للسماح لنا بدعوتنا لإلقاء هذه ورقة موصوفة بتصورات خبراء لمتطلبات تفعيل التعاون العلمي العابر للحدود بين الدول العربية دراسة باستخدام منهجية دلفين. يشهد المشهد العلمي العالمي تحولات جذرية، حيث أصبح التعاون العلمي العابر للحدود ضرورة استراتيجية وليست خيارا ثانوي لتحقيق التقدم والتنمية المستدامة، خاصة في سياق الدول العربية التي تمتلك رصيدا هائلا من الطاقات البشرية قبل التفعيل. إن هذا التعاون يمثل محركا أساسيا للابتكار وتبادل المعرفة، ويسمح بتعظيم العائد من الاستثمار في البحث والتطوير وتجنب التكرار، مما يرتقي بالناتج العلمي العربي إلى مستويات تنافسية عالمية. على الرغم من الإمكانيات الهائلة والإرادة السياسية المعلنة للتكامل، يواجه تفعيل التعاون العلمي العربي تحديات بنيوية وهيكلية كبيرة تتجلى في هذه التحديات في تباين الأنظمة الأكاديمية واختلاف أولويات التمويل البحثي والحواجز البيروقراطية، مما أدى إلى بقاء مستوى التعاون دون الطموح المأمول. ومع ذلك فإن عصر الرقمنة وتطورات التكنولوجيا المتسارعة كالذكاء الاصطناعي والمختبرات الافتراضية يقدم نافذة حقيقية تتجاوز هذه العقبات وبناء بنية تحتية رقمية موحدة للبحث العربي. تبرز هذه الدراسة ليست بالفجوة المعرفية المتمثلة في ندرة دراسات التي تقدم إطار متكامل وشامل من متطلبات التعاون وغياب منهجية استشرافية تضمن تحقيق إجماع بين الخبراء وصناع القرار حول الأولويات الفعلية. إن الهدف هو تحويل الخطاب العام حول أهمية التعاون إلى خطط إجرائية قائمة على رؤية واضحة ومنهجية تضمن استخدام هذا التعاون فعاليا. تساؤلنا البحث الرئيسي: ما هي أهم الآليات العملية ذات أولوية لتطوير التعاون العلمي بين الدول العربية؟ لنا 3 أهداف رئيسية لهذه الدراسة: ورصد تصورات خبراء حول متطلبات تفعيل التعاون العلمي بين الدول العربية، تقديم تصنيف منهجي لمتطلبات تفعيل التعاون العلمي بين الدول العربية من وجهة نظر الخبراء، واقتراح إطار استراتيجي بآليات عملية متسلسلة لتعزيز التعاون العلمي بين الدول العربية. تكمن أهمية هذه الدراسة في الأهمية النظرية: إثراء الأدبيات العربية في مجال الدراسات الاستشرافية في مجال التعاون العلمي بناء على وجهات الخبراء الذين يعيشون التحديات ويعرفون الإمكانيات. الأهمية العملية يقدم هذا البحث إطار مرجعي بناء على رؤية الخبراء يكون قائما على الشأن في تكوين السياسات العلمية العربية وتكوين التعاون العلمي العربي. بعد قراءة الكثير من الدراسات على الموضوع، أن تجمع كل الدراسات على أن منظومة التعليم في الدول العربية تعاني من تحديات هيكلية خاصة أبرزها التطور الشديد في التنمية وخاصة التطوير وتكثيف المحاضرات إلى جانب هيكل القراءات وغياب أنواع المفاعل في جلسة العمل. هذا بالإضافة إلى أعضاء الدنيا التحتية المقررات مواد مؤهلة وتراجع مستوى التعاون العلمي الذي يظل شكليا ويفتقر إلى آليات منظمة لتبادل الخبرات والمعلومات مع وجود تحديات إدارية بيروقراطية غير منشأة مشتركة. أقرب التوصيات التي جاءت في هذه الدراسات: أن تحويل البحث العلمي إلى رافع التنمية في الدراسات في ضرورة تسيير التنوير مصادر تنمية عبر إقامة شراكة حقيقية بين القطاع العام والخاص، ووضع استراتيجيات وطنية وإقليمية واضحة وطويلة المدى للتعاون. ثم تشدد على ضرورة تعزيز تعاون مؤسسي بإنشاء مراكز بحوث مشتركة وتطوير المنصات الإلكترونية لتبادل المعرفة، مع ربط البحث بالواقع الاقتصادي للتركيز على المجالات ذات الأولوية الإقليمية كالأمن الغذائي والمائي وترشيد الإجراءات الإدارية لتسهيل في المرور. وتنطلق الدراسة الحالية عن دراسات سابقة تعتبر من الدراسات الأولى التي طبقت تسويق دلتا والاستشارة في متطلبات التعاون العلمي بين الدول العربية بشكل منهجي وشامل لا يقتصر البحث على التشخيص فقط، بل يقدم حلول عملية مصنفة حتى أولوياتها مما يزيد من قيمته تطبيقية. توجيه السياسات: يوجه البحث الحالي القائمين على الشأن العربي لتصميم مبادرات وبرامج تعاونية أكثر فعالة، وكذلك شراكة أصحاب المصلحة الأسلوب الداخلي بحد ذاته آلية لخلق شبكة من الخبراء وبناء توافق بين آرائهم مما يعزز فرص تنفيذ مخالفات البحث. تحديد الوضع الراهن يهدف إلى تقديم تقييم واقعي للتعاون العلمي العربي مع استعراض إنجازات التحديات الأساسية. يتسم التعاون العلمي العربي الراهن بأنه ممكن، ولكنه غير مستدام حيث لا يزال مستواه دون الطموح رغم وجود هيئات فلسفية رسمية كبرى. ويؤكد مؤشرات إنتاج العلمي على ضعف الإنتاج المشترك بين الباحثين العرب مقارنة بما غيرهم من الدول العربية، مع هيمنة التعاون الثنائي مع نظام الاقتصاد العلمي الشامل. كما يحسن الإشارات براءة اختيار المقارنة المحدود جدا وصوله في حلول الأبحاث النظرية ومحددة التربية التكنولوجية. وعلى الصعيد المؤسسي، ورغم جهود المنظمات الإقليمية كاليونسكو والاتحاد المدرسي العلمي العربي في وضع إطار العام، إلى أن تطويرها يبقى محدودا بسبب تشتت الجهود وغياب المسهم وحدود التحرك في تبادل البيانات الخبرات. ويعد نفس التنمية المشترك والاعتماد على الميزانيات العلمية المنفصلة بدلا من صناديق إقليمية عائدة من المؤسسين، وتضاف إلى ذلك تحديات إجرائية ودنيوية مثل التكاليف تقنية صعوبة تنقل الباحثين من مواجهة إنها التعاون يفتقر إلى نظام هيكلية وتنمية إقليمية لضمان استدامته. يوضح هذا التحديد أن التعاون العلمي العربي حاليا هو تعاون ممكن وغير مستدام، يتسم بالطابع المتقطع والافتقار إلى مظلة هيكلية وتمويلية إلزامية. هذا الفشل في التبادل المستدام هو ما يبرر استخدام منهجية الخير للبحث عن إجماع الخبراء على متطلبات تغيير الجذري المختار في هذه الدراسة. دراسة تطبيقية من البحث أن استخدمنا من الدروسي حيث يتم الاعتماد عليه بهذا التعرف على علامة من التفاوض متطلبات السياسة عن مجتمع البحث والخبراء، ثم اختيارهم عن دين وليس مقصود وليس عدواني هي تحكي مثلا تحكي في المدرسة كذا إنه محاضرين أساتذة التعليم العالي من الدول العربية لديهم خبرة العلمية والعملية. مرة ثانية اتخاذ قرارات إدارة حقيقة التفاوت الموجودة. إذا قائمة مبدئية بالخبراء المهتمين والقانونيين معايير تحصل حدودها. دعوة هؤلاء الخبراء بواسطة تتم تشمل الرسل دعوة رئيس المؤسسة هي التعريف بالدراسة وطبيعتها وأهدافها وتحقيق هذه الخبراء المختلفين والوضوح من جولات من عدد خبراء المشاركين بالفعل بجولة دراسة حادية على الصحة القديم وتستوفي المعايير الكلية والنوعية من خطط رسالهم وحقق هؤلاء الخبراء موافقتهم. هدف تحقيق هذه هدف الدراسة قام بالبحث في اعتماد على دراسات في بناء الأساس أولى منها عبارة عن استخدام مفتوح يحتوي على سؤال البحث فقط وتقديم الخبراء والجولة الثانية على شكل استفتاء مهم تم تصميمه واختياره من قبل البحث عن استجابات خبراء في الجولة الأولى. الصفة الثالثة إن منهجية تسليك البيت وأكثر من الارتباط بعدد المواعيد والتركيز على هدف الدراسة يقتضي ما تصيب في هذا التسليك مختلف جدا وذلك يتعامل البحث بدل من الخبراء المسلمين اتصال مباشر بهم لفهم فقرات الأهداف فهم سليم لدقيقة المتن في سبيل ذلك الحكيم يسلك الدماء. سبيل تساوي المستخدمين في البحث في تحقيق أهداف الدراسة في الهوية المسلمة في النار في الاستخدام الكتب الإحصائية من استخدام الكتب الإحصائية العلمية الاجتماعية الأساس وقد ذلك نحسب مقاييس التأويل للإعارات من سبيل المئوية المتوسطة من هذا الموارد تعرض الاستجابة خبراء المشاركين في جامعة ورئيسين ومنها دراسة تطبيقية. سوف نعرض تطبيق البيت إنه طريقة منهجية للحصول على أحكام منظمة وتواصل في الآراء حول قضية معينة يتم الاعتماد عليها يتم فعل مجموعة من الخبراء متخصصين استشارة صور استخدم ممكن أو مرغوب. يقوم هذا الأسلوب على التفاعل غير مباشر بين الخبراء عبر تلك المسؤولية في الكتاب والجولات المعدة بعينها. عناصر الخطوات تحتاج إليها تتطلب خطوات تفكير بالبيت تحديد خبراء وبناء استخدام المصطلح أو المصطلح ثم إجراء نصيحات مختلفة إلى آرائهم وإفتاء أولوياتهم بضمان الموضوعية. عنصر الأساسي في المنزل السكان تغذية راجعة تنشر الخبراء من آخرين آرائهم ثم إجابة الخبراء وهذا الكل في هذه السلسلة متطلبات هيكلية أساسية متطلبات هيكلية مؤسساتية متطلبات قانونية وتشريعية متطلبات تقنية والبنية التحتية متطلبات المالية والتمويلية متطلبات بشرية وثقافية متطلبات أولويات التحتية. ثم تقريبا المسابقة بالإجماع على كل تلك المتطلبات الست. خلاص عرضنا النتائج بعد أن توصل البحث إلى النتائج النهائية لها الخبراء عن الاختيارات في الجولتين الأولى والثانية. ظهرت نتائج أن الإجابة على السؤال قد تم القيام بجولتين الأولى التي تتضمن السؤال المفتوح وقام ببحث نقص كل جولة الأولى كانت نتائج متعلقة بالجولتين موافقة الخبراء الصيف متطلبات بدرجة مرتفعة جدا اتفاق الخبراء على متطلبات ست التعاون العلمي بدرجة مرتفعة جدا وبالتالي الهدف الأول والثاني الحقيقة عرش تصور الخبراء حول مختلف التحليل ثم تصنيف منهجي ثم تحكيمه بين اتفاق الخبراء واتفاق قصص التحليل. في آخر دراسة يعني كنت هيك اقتراح هو هيك مقترح ونظل الجامعة التي تخدم التنسيق مؤسسة التنمية المستدامة في إحداث في تستوجيه في الأمانة التنظيرية الدائمة في الصندوق العربي للبحث والابتكار من المؤسسة العلمية المؤسسة العلمية دور هيكل التنفيذ العملي للمشاريع توصيات استراتيجية ثم تقديم مجموعة من التوصيات لتحقيقها وإنشاء هذا الهيكل دعوة لإنشاء المجلس الأعلى العربي للبحث والابتكار في هيئة الجامعة صياغة إطار شرعي موحد ثم الآلية التنمية الإلزامية موحدة توقيع اتفاقية عربية موحدة لتسهيل تنقل الباحثين إطلاق مشروع عربي في شبكة توصيل بحرية فائقة ومنصة بيانات لتعزيز مشاركة الفورية في المحيط. إطلاق مشاريع أبحاث مشتركة في جميع المجالات. خلاص الآن وعليه فإن تسويق التعاون بين العربيين مع عملة الحكومة الكبيرة في الخصوص وهيئة الإصلاح المؤسسي بشركة المحتوى توافق مع تنظيم استخدام التصحيح هو المصدر الرئيسي لتصحيح هذا الترتيب. في هذا فإن البحث محاولة جادة لتقديم رؤية استشارية متكاملة لتفعيل التعاون العلمي بين الدول العربية من خلال تبني نموذج مقترح والأمر الأخير بشكل تجديد في الدول العربية وتحقق نقلة نوعية في مجال البحث العلمي المشترك من نهاية السنة بناء اقتصاد مالي عربي كما التنمية المستوى المشروع. دراسات مقترحة دراسة مهمة التي نستفيد مع البيئة الأجنبية دراسات مركزة على المتطلبات على الهجوم وتسجيل حجم البيانات وعقوباتها خلدت إرشاد في الإنتاج. وكتم مشترك على قائمة الإسعار أخذ دعونا في الجبهة العالمية صلى الله عليه وسلم. الله شكرا لك.
Joining us virtually, I invite Mr. Joel Umayad from Renew. Is he connected? Yes? Mr. Joel, can you hear us?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you very well. Please start, and you have the allocated 7 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So I'll start now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joel. I'm delighted to be here as one of the presenters. I work with the Research and Education Network for Uganda. And I'm honored to share with you the insights that we have gained in our efforts to promote digital inclusion using the EduRoam service. So my topic today, the role of EduRoam awareness campaigns in education and research, will speak to so many of us here who are working hard to bring connectivity to all. And as we move into an increasingly connected world, it's very important to ensure that no one is left behind, especially in the research and education community where seamless access to digital resources can change lives. So this is my outline. I won't dwell so much into this. We shall cover everything. Let me start by giving you a quick overview of what EduRoam is and why it's very important. EduRoam, short for Education Roaming, is a secure worldwide roaming access service that has been developed for international research and education community, whereby it allows students, researchers, and staff at participating institutions to access the internet from any EduRoam-enabled campus or location by you simply using your institution's credentials. So this means someone from Uganda can travel to Jordan, can go to the UK, and connect to EduRoam at any EduRoam-enabled hotspot. So Renew's journey with EduRoam has been marked by so many innovations and growth. And as you can see, our journey started with Renew's recognition as the 75th national roaming operator for EduRoam. That was in 2016. Our evolution over the past 9 years has been remarkable, where we have transformed from a campus-only Wi-Fi to a city phenomenon, and later you being able to access it on the go. So between 2016 and 2020, as you can see on the slide, we only had 18 institutions on EduRoam. And worse, still that's the time that COVID-19 hit. So students, researchers, and staff could not enjoy EduRoam, which was by then an on-campus service. So what Renew did is we introduced Metro EduRoam. Metro age room simply means age room within the city or outside the campuses of these institutions. So Metro age room was a solution to these internet challenges that our members faced as their staff, their students, and researchers either worked or studied from home. So what we did is we extended 300 hotspots in different areas within the metropolitan area, but also later we expanded to different areas and cities. So the numbers of institutions on EduRoam has kept growing, but also the team has continued to innovate. And as you can see, between 2020 and 2023, we had innovations like EduRoam on the Go. EduRoam on the Go is a portable Wi-Fi device that allows users to access EduRoam anytime, anywhere, whether you're on a move or you're just at home. And then also EduRoam Spot app, which helps users locate the nearest EduRoam hotspot. Along the way, we also introduced the solar-powered routers, as you can see there on the edge. Solar-powered routers have become an important solution, and it's still an important solution, especially in rural areas or hard-to-reach areas where electricity is unreliable. And these solar-powered routers made it easy and possible to deploy EduRoam in off-grid areas. And currently, as you can see, we have 456 institutions on the network. So despite the global reach of EduRoam, these days, almost every country has EduRoam. Many institutions still face challenges with, one, adoption and effective use. And a key reason for this is lack of awareness among the potential users. So I want you to imagine you having an access to a powerful tool, but not knowing how to use it. And even worse, you don't even know that it even exists. So this is the reality that hits so many institutions, hits so many students. They remain unaware of the benefits that EduRoam comes with, and they don't know that they could have a free, secure, and trusted internet access globally. And this gap underlines why EduRoam awareness campaigns are not just helpful, but also very, very essential. So in 2021, the idea of EduRoam awareness campaign was born within us. Yes, the service was now available in institutions, but many students, many staff still didn't fully understand what EduRoam offered. So we realized that for something like EduRoam to fully transform how people connect, something like awareness needs to be done. So that's when the idea of EduRoam awareness campaign was born. It was a spark, but very powerful, because we believed if people understood EduRoam, they would use it. And in 2022, we took the idea and turned it into a real campaign where every month of September, which is our EduRoam month, we dedicate it for our institutions, where we go and run campaigns and engage users and help them connect to EduRoam and also just spread awareness. But like any other campaign, we had objectives in mind. And for us as RENU, the first objective is to increase awareness, which is very important. We wanted people to know about EduRoam, what it is, how it works, and why it's very important. Once people are aware of the service, the next step is to ensure that they adopt it. It means getting them actively connect to the network, but also integrate it to their day-to-day activities. So adoption is key if you're looking at the long-term success of your product or campaign. And then increase uptake on EduRoam. RENU institutions are a key part of our network, and also increasing the number of institutions having EduRoam also ensures the larger footprint. And this even makes the service more valuable if you're looking at students and staff who visit different campuses. And then increase visibility of EduRoam brand. EduRoam here in Uganda is powered by RENU, and it's very important that end users recognize the connection between the two. This sort of strengthens also our position as a leader in providing seamless internet access across educational institutions. And then lastly, support digital inclusion. And by making services like eduroam accessible, we are helping bridge the digital divide whereby all students, all staff, regardless of their locations or the resources that they have, can still access this free and secure and trusted internet. Yes, so we have a couple of strategies we use to drive campaigns, both physical and online. And we'll start with the online one. And you all agree with me that social media is one of the most powerful tools that we have right now. And it's still one of the powerful tools if you're looking at having campaigns like eduroam awareness campaigns. Why? Because this is where our primary target audience is, the students. So for us to truly reach them and engage them, we need to meet them where they spend most of their time. And it's on these platforms, but also with a tailored message. So we use platforms like X, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok to broadcast our messages about eduroam. But also these platforms allow us to get a tailored message to different users. Because when you look at a platform like TikTok and YouTube, you're looking at the visuals. And also if you're looking at LinkedIn, you're looking at a more professional audience like the IT or the educators, which can implement eduroam within their campuses. And then also we use press release where we share different information across our social media platforms about eduroam. It could be partnerships, it could be rollouts or anything. We also create flyers, banners, motion graphics, and reel, because we feel visual content is very effective when you're handling a campaign like eduroam awareness campaign. Then also Twitter Spaces, which is now X Spaces, and then also we use social media influencers, and then lastly shoutouts. And then when you go to the physical campaign, this is when we are on ground at these institutions. And still you need to have a strategy if you want to have a great impact. So the first thing that we do is that we target the first year students. And usually they report around September and August. They are new at campus, but they are more likely to adopt eduroam as they settle in, because they have courses that take up to like 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And then also we collaborate with the ICT and the guild team, because they are like the ones, the voices of students at campus when they need things like internet. So also, if you're looking at the long impact, you need these people, because usually our campaigns are for like 2 or 3 days. And after the campaign, you need someone to still push the service like eduroam, and the IT heads and the students guild can help do that. We also use promotional items, which we brand, like branded books, t-shirts, wristbands, and flyers, and 360 booth, and then also spin and win, just to engage the students or the users when we are running out these campaigns. So the impact has been seen, and one of the most important results has been improved connectivity across these campuses. And because users now understand eduroam, they are using it more, and institutions are also exploring the coverage to meet the demand. And also we have seen growth in subscription on our social media platforms. As we share our eduroam content, engagement has grown. We have seen more people following us. We have seen more subscriptions. We have seen more interactions within our social media platforms. And it's important because it gives us a bigger audience to educate. It gives us a bigger audience to update, but also a bigger audience to support. And then also, thanks to our efforts, many institutions are now adopting eduroam as the primary or their sole SSID. And for us as Greenwood, this is a big deal, because it shows how valuable eduroam has become within our member institutions. In fact, eduroam has become important that even if other competitors come and approach these institutions and they are trying to convince them to join them, the trust and reliability makes these institutions also think before crossing over. And then more user engagement with our activities, both physical and online. We are seeing more inquiries about EduRoam, but also more usage, more feedback, and more participation from the students and the staff. And then finally, all these efforts lead to a national goal, which is bridging the digital divide. And by taking EduRoam across these campuses, even off-grid areas with now our solar-powered router, we are giving Ugandans access to a free, secure, and trusted internet that supports their learning, supports their research and innovation. Yeah, so these are some of the institutions we have been for the physical campaigns since we started in 2022. And for this year, 2025, we went to 4 institutions, as you can see. And then this shows you how these institutions that I was showing you have been performing in terms of unique users. The difference is really big. These are institutions where we conducted campaigns in 2022. If you compare the numbers before the campaign and then after the campaign, 2024 and this year, 2025, you can see a very, very big upward trend across these institutions.
Mr. Joel?
Yes.
We have to conclude. You're over the time, please.
All right. Let me conclude a bit. And then this is how we have been performing in terms of unique users. And currently we have 133,000 and more unique users since 2023. And this is the number of institutions that we have currently, number being at 456. So these are some of the testimonials. I'll just go into challenges before I conclude. The first challenges that we have experienced is budget limitations. We have a fixed budget for EduRoam campaigns, which also restricts the number of promotional activities that we run during the awareness campaign. And then also, in many institutions, the number of students usually outweighs the number of RENU staff available on site. So during the campaigns, the staff often handles a large crowd, and there is a very high demand for support within a short time, which is usually 2 days. And then limited coverage. Some of these institutions do not fully have EduRoam deployed within their campuses, and it could be like in blocks. So even when we connect students today, the coverage also affects them. But thanks to Metro EduRoam, students can now enjoy and connect to EduRoam in outside campus, in towns, hotels, cafes, and many more. And then also some devices not being compatible, which also frustrates users. And because if someone tries to connect today and it doesn't work, they would say the service doesn't work. But despite all this, we continue to find innovative solutions. We continue to support these institutions. So these are some of the pictures during the campaigns. And as I conclude, I would like to urge other NRENs and also other educational institutions to take up a proactive approach in promoting EduRoam through similar means like EduRoam awareness campaign, because the benefits are far-reaching, not only in connecting students, but also in creating a more digitally inclusive world. Our campaigns have shown how powerful targeted communication can be. And for us at RENU, we believe EduRoam awareness campaigns are not just about creating awareness now. We are not only building and maintaining connections, but we're also working hard to bridge a barrier to access and make it faster and cheaper. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. And as we announced yesterday, EduRoam is here in Jordan and you can connect to it. So let's move to our final speaker, also virtually, before we move to the closing. Thank you very much for your patience.
Today's presentation will be about vehicular communication interference management with the help of reinforcement learning. Let me start by sharing the outline of today's presentation. I will start by sharing the context. Next, presenting the new system or the proposed system, which is based in the combination between Byte-WX 6G and the configured intelligent surfaces. Next, system modeling, optimization problem, and the integration of the reinforcement learning, computer results, and conclusion. So, due to a huge increase of traffic density, which leads to accidents occurrence together with interference and information exchange complexity in the context of the communication among vehicles. In addition, we have another problem related, especially in urban zones. We have a blockage, which is a source of no line of sight communication. So for this reason, we propose in our paper the 6G as enabler for vehicular communication and reconfiguring intelligent surfaces to overcome the problem of blockage in urban areas. And due to no convexity of the optimization problem, we propose reinforcement learning. So let's introduce first of all what is Byte-WX communication. It is any communication between vehicles, whether it is with the infrastructure, pedestrian, vehicle to vehicle, or a vehicle to network. In our SIM, the adapted system is based on the use of 6G, which is based on terahertz communication, where in which the spectrum is ranges between 100 GHz to 10 thetahertz. So, but we note that there is another problem related to terahertz communication, which is the sensitivities of blockage. For this reason, we propose reconfigured intelligent surfaces to overcome or to allow virtual line of sight, which is mandatory for the communication between a vehicle. And here we have the system proposed, which is based in the combination between GNODB, RES, and a set of vehicles. We come now to the system model, which is represented by this way. We have the channel separating the RES and vehicle node, which is noted by H. We have the fast shift RES reflecting matrix, and we come up to the CNR, which is represented by this way, and the data rate, which is represented in function of the CNR. So the optimization problem is based on the maximization of data rate under the respect of or budget or maximum transmitted power, respecting a phase shift, which is ranged between 0 and 2p. So, and as we said before, as due to no complexity of the optimization problem, we propose reinforcement learning as problem solver, which is based in Markov decision process, based on 3 pillars, such as action, state, and reward. The reward is the data rate that we have represented previously. So agent's quality determination is based in the learning process from the environment, in particular, which is the feedback of channel state information. And in addition, RES fast shift is selected through the e-AGE quality. We come now to computer results. We consider a vehicle travel with a velocity of 40 km per hour. The gradient quality is around 0.7. The maximum transmitted power is 23 dBm, and the receive factor is about 10, and the number of reflecting surface is 20. We come now to the computer results, which is the reward in function of the episodes, showing the importance of the integration between reconfigured interference surfaces and vehicular communication system, as we have improvement in terms of reward. Now we come to the conclusion of the presentation. We have said that due to traffic density increase, which leads to the interference, so the focus of our paper is to manage the problem of the interference based in the combination between configured interference surfaces, 6G as enabler for vehicular communication, and the reinforcement learning for in order to maximize the data rate under the respect of the various path shift and under the respect of the maximum transmitted power. So in the next research, we will consider our optimization areas fast shift together with power allocation. Thank you for your attention, and for any question, please write me in my email, and I'm so sorry for being online. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the final session of e-AGE25. Please fasten your seatbelts as we're about to take off to e-AGE26. To begin and to express how much your partnership is important to ADREN, I'm honored to introduce Ms. Joy Owango from TCC Africa as the closing keynote speaker today. Please welcome Ms. Joy.
Thank you so much. I am in between you and lunch, so I'll be very quick. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is truly an honor to stand before you as we close this year's e-AGE25 conference. Over the past days, we have shared, exchanged ideas, and built new relationships that remind us of the power of collaboration, especially in a region as diverse, as dynamic as ours. What we have experienced has been more than a series of presentations. It has shown what becomes possible when we choose to break barriers of language, geography, and institutional silos. This conference has demonstrated that the future of research in our region depends on our ability to work together openly and intentionally. At TCC Africa, our commitment to open science is grounded in a very simple belief: knowledge must serve society. For years, we have worked alongside researchers across the continent who produce incredible work but often struggle to make it visible. We have seen institutions generate valuable knowledge that rarely reaches the world, not because it lacks quality, but because it lacks access. And we have met communities whose lives could be transformed by research that remains locked behind paywalls or systems that fail to reflect the realities of the global south. This is why we champion open science, not as a trend, but as a responsibility. For us, it represents equity, dignity, and justice. It ensures that African knowledge is discoverable, citable, and valued. It gives every researcher, regardless of location or resources, a fair chance to contribute to global science. Most importantly, it connects research to impact and brings society into the heart of scholarly communication. This year has been especially meaningful because we've seen clear signs that the region is embracing this vision. In North Africa, important steps have demonstrated that what can happen when institutions and communities unite around a shared purpose. In October, the annual FORM conference brought together early career researchers, universities, and policymakers to reimagine how scholarly communication can be more inclusive, transparent, and aligned with regional realities. In November, Biblioteca Alexandrina convened a powerful open science workshop that united researchers, librarians, and decision makers from across the Arab world. These discussions reinforced a vital message. Despite linguistic diversity and differing traditions, our commitment to openness is deeply shared. Meanwhile, Sesame, continue to stand as a model of scientific cooperation, showing that when we invest in shared knowledge and open infrastructure, we build connections stronger than any political or geographical divide. These efforts form part of a growing ecosystem of intentional regional collaboration. One of the most significant milestones for us was in 2025 when we created a partnership between PLOS and ASREN. This partnership brings together global leadership in open publishing, regional digital infrastructure, connecting institutions across the Arab world, and our work in building research capacity Africa. Together, we are expanding open science advocacy and implementation into North Africa, supporting researchers, institutions, and policymakers with training and technical guidance, and helping to bridge long-standing gaps in scholarly publishing so that access and visibility becomes more equitable across all regions. This collaboration goes beyond events. It's about transforming the systems that make research possible so that no researcher is left behind because of where they are based or the language they speak. In this spirit, I want to highlight a key theme that has echoed throughout our discussions, the need to strengthen Arab-Arab cooperation. Many speakers have emphasized that deeper collaboration within the region is no longer optional. It is essential. Stronger pan-Arab scientific cooperation enables us to share knowledge, align priorities, and build shared infrastructure that will shape our regional realities. It also reinforces science diplomacy, helping countries work together on research that supports stability, economic growth, and innovation. When we collaborate across borders, languages, and institutions, we unlock the full potential of our scientific community and create solutions rooted in our shared challenges and aspirations. As we conclude, I encourage each of us to carry forward the spirit of openness and that has defined e-AGE25. Let us keep breaking the barriers that separate our institutions. Let us strengthen networks across Anglophone, Francophone, and Arab-speaking communities because our diversity is our power. Let us commit to making research more accessible, transparent, and impactful, not only for our academic communities, but for the societies that rely on evidence for progress. And let us remember that open science is not only a technical shift, it is not a paradigm shift, it is a cultural one. It requires courage, cooperation, and a willingness to rethink how we work and whom we include. To ASREN and the team, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important gathering. And to everyone who participated, thank you for your passion, your insights, and your openness. You have shaped a conversation that will continue long after we leave this room. May the connections we built here grow into collaborations that move our region forward. May the ideas shared here become actions that transform our institutions. And may the spirit of e-AGE25 inspire us to keep pushing boundaries and imagining what is possible when we work together. Thank you all, and I look forward to the impact we will create in the coming year.
And now, before announcing the results, we have a special video from Global Young Academy. Please, Nasreen, the floor is yours.
Okay, so before announcing the results of the Young Researcher winner, we want to showcase a video from Global Young Academy. Global Young Academy is a supporting academic network with belief of empowering young researchers globally, and they have the vision to be part of the MENA region through ASREN. We have already discussions to sign an MOU with them for this collaboration. There will be opportunities to be part of funded and non-funded projects with its exclusive 200 researchers from around the world who have passion and tools to involve and evolve, including but not limited to women in AI, ECR, mobility, research ethics, and beyond. So let's watch the video showcasing what is Global Young Academy.
Hello, I am Yancy Flores Bueso, and I am co-chair of the Global Young Academy. The GYA is a powerful platform because we're uniquely positioned to drive change. We're a globally diverse, transdisciplinary community of over 100 researchers, all committed to make a difference. We do not just do research, we act. We empower leaders, we raise evidence to inform policy, and we create spaces for dialogue.
GYA has opened my horizon not only as a researcher, ranging from research topic, global issue, as well as the most important one on how to work together when cultural differences are in place. Here, we are being exposed to exclusive leadership training, open discussion, and also international collaboration. Utilizing the powerful young scientists across the globe could enable the full applications of evidence-based solutions.
Assalamu alaikum. اسمي عرم سليمان وأنا Global Young Academy member من أرمينيا. فرصة سعيدة جدا لتحياتكم في خدمات المرة الرائعة في أمان الأردن. At the Global Young Academy, currently I serve as a colleague of the Communication Committee and Team 3 Project Coordinator for Bridging Science and Society. The Global Young Academy has enriched my career and provided invaluable experience in leadership, science diplomacy, and global collaboration. I look forward to collaborating with you as well. Thus, به خلاصه Global Young Academy در مسیر حرفه من نقش مهمی داشته. برای شما آرزوی موفقیت دارم، سپاسگزارم و امیدوارم در امان و این همایش خوش بگذرد.
السلام عليكم، معكم مريم من المغرب، أستاذة باحثة بعلوم الطاقة والبيئة وعضو جديد في منظمة GYE. التحاقي بالGYE مكنني من العمل مع مجموعة من الشباب الباحثين من مختلف المجالات والثقافات، نشتغل على أهداف موحدة، أفكار ومشاريع لها تأثير اجتماعي عالمي. باختصار GYE بالنسبة لي ليست مجرد شبكة مهنية بل هي منصة للقيادة ومصدر لخلق صداقات وتعاونات ستستمر معي بصفة مستمرة.
Hi everybody, I'm going to talk to you today about a key strategic partner for the Global Young Academy, which is QUADA, the Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment. So QUADA is a global coalition dedicated to reforming how researchers and research institutions are evaluated. It is a core and transformative activity in our daily scientific lives. It shapes research agendas, determines which topics receive funding and which ones do not, and defines the profile of researchers who are selected to solve society's most complex challenges. So we warmly invite you, colleagues in the MENA region, to join us, to join QUADA in this impactful endeavor. Thank you very much.
مرحبا، أنا لين أحمد، عضو تنفيذي في منظمة Global Young Academy وأيضا أحد الأعضاء المنضمين لهذه المنظمة. أرحب بجميع هذا الحضور الكريم، وأيضا كما شاهدتم تدعو هذه المنظمة دائما إلى دعم العلماء الصغار Young Academies، طبعا من خلال المنظومة وهي منظومة Young Academies الموجودة في جميع أنحاء العالم، والتي بدأت بأخذ عين الاعتبار في منطقتنا. بطبيعة الحال دائما ما تكون الجامعات هي السند والظهر القوي للباحثين والعلماء والتدريسيين وإلى ما هنالك، لكن أيضا تأخذ اليونغ أكاديميز حول العالم مثل Global Young Academy دورا فعالا في ربط العلماء مع بعضهم البعض وجعل طريقة التعرف أسهل وأقوى وخلق روابط بحثية وروابط تعاونية في أشياء تتعدى فكرة النشر والبحث العلمي إلى منظومة المساهمة في وضع القوانين التشريعية مثل البوليسي ميكينج وإلى ما هنالك، التي هي أساس العمل وأساس من أساسيات التفاعل والقيمة الفعلية للباحث. في نهاية الأمر تتعدى مجرد أن نحصل على جوائز وتقديم بحوث. ومن هنا ومن هذا المنطلق أرحب بالجميع بزيارة موقعنا وأيضا التعرف على هذه المنظمة وأيضا الانضمام لها في العام القادم في وقت الترشيح، وكذلك التعرف على ما يمكن أن نقدمه سويا. نحن سعداء جدا صراحة بالمشاركة في هذا الفيديو مع أسرن، وهم إن شاء الله سيكونون شركاء فاعلين، ونحن أيضا سنكون شركاء فاعلين معهم. فشكرا جزيلا لكم ونلقاكم على خير.
And now with one of the most exciting moments of e-AGE25, announcing the winners, yes, with us, of our second Next Generation Innovators. Let me please invite Professor Sausan Krishan and Mr. Yusuf Turman to the stage. The results were so close, so we decided to announce the top 3 places. In the third place, we have Marwa Hisham and Muhammad Hababa from AUB. Congratulations. In the second place, we have Wissal bin Aisha from Algeria. Congratulations. And for the first place, let's find out together. Bin Saad. Please come.
فخورين فيكم جدا.
Congratulations, yeah. And of course, the rest of our beautiful young researchers. Hajar Nagdi, please, to receive your medal. Kauthar Karoum from Morocco. Lara Nasruddin from Jordan. Mariam Halim from Morocco. Marwa Abu Jabal from Egypt. Muhammad Naji from Yemen. Sali Najib from Iraq. Guys, Mr. Yusuf. All our young researchers, can you please join us? We're going to take group photo.
تفضل.
سمعني. أنا على البرنامج هلا يعني هلا دوري يعني. شكرا.
Before we move forward, just take a moment to reflect on what we achieved during e-AGE25. All the sessions, the ideas, and the impact we created over the past 2 days. I'd love to thank all our participants from 26 countries, all the entrants, the speakers, our beautiful sponsors. Thank you so much. And Mr. Yusuf, if you have anything to add.
I'm fastening my seatbelt, so we shall take off. Thank you for starting the session like this. Yes, we are taking off to e-AGE26, so prepare yourself and keep your instructions, fasten your seatbelts. It will be so long if I go over everything, but what I like is that the level of participation, the level of the discussion, and actually also the diversity in terms of we have researchers, we have politicians, we have decision makers, we have young researchers, which is very important. We have women engaged, and now we are supporting them also. In very quick summary, I like, for me actually, maybe even the order of the sessions, maybe it was not so comfortable for some of us, but I wanted to start with the dialogue, or the official dialogue on cooperation, science cooperation, that has to start, and we want to find the mechanism. So I hope, I'm confident that we find the way that we already agreed after the discussion yesterday with the high-level dialogue, that we will find a way to go forward, involving officially the League of Arab States. They are with us. I think we already started some discussions with that. Now, for the official opening, I think you saw how Jordan now is keen to be in, and we are happy also that they presented their interest, and we are here all to see how we can support them. We are at ASIL committed, and also we hope everyone is committed. The other sessions, I think, there was a dedicated session for Jordan, other 2 sessions for the submissions, which actually we have a scientific committee, which I like to thank them for selecting distinguished presentation, distinguished submissions for this session. Though my model actually, when we started e-AGE, frankly, I was not interested in the submissions, more into inviting specific people to discuss specific things for us to bring e-AGE at least to be more understandable and more visible, and more maybe more value on the discussions more than into the submissions. But recently, the last 2 to 3 years, we started inviting submissions and so on, and you see that we have 2 sessions for submissions. We did not use to have this kind of part. The other part is women empowerment, which I think you have been Nasreen speaking all the time, women, young. So I think I will not promote it. It has been a very successful by all means. So we are happy for that. Did I miss anything? Okay. She said no, but I think she's wrong. To end all that, I want to thank Janet for their special. I don't read it from paper, so in this case I'm avoiding forgetting anyone, and I need to skip someone. Janet, Thank you very much for being a generous host, taking care of many things. I have, though there was an organization which is not mentioned specifically in any of the documentation, it's the German Jordanian University, under the leadership of Dr. Aladdin Hanfouri, who was carrying the opening ceremony, and he did send the message. And I sincerely apologize on behalf of the minister that he had a car accident that he could not join. Otherwise, we could have good level of high level participation. So German Jordanian University, thank you. The program committee, I listed them yesterday, and I think we don't have time to list everything. Scientific committee, organizing committee, special thanks to the organizing committee. Everything was well organized from, at least as I heard from you. So the organizing committee, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The sponsors, they have contributed in the content of the in the content of the sessions and so on, in addition to financially sponsoring some activities. So thank you all, Huawei, Nokia, Synaptic, Ripe NCC, and Medusa. Now, we have a technology partner, which is Aqaba Digital Hub, and we count on cooperating with Aqaba Digital Hub to have some kind of point of presence and open exchange point for the region in Aqaba. So this is how we start cooperation with it. They are committed also. Our partner, scientific partner, actually, is Sesame. You saw them all the time, and they have been mentioned all the time. So I would like also to send a special thanks to them. There is a question: are you happy with the audio visuals, the preparing the stage and the setup and the translation, all of that? Do you think that they did a good job? You decide. So thank you, Alula, for everything. What about Asrin Young team? Asrin, you are his team. So there are all people who are not coming to the stage. And they are men, actually, not women. Actually, our team is 11 people, but some of them are old, so I invited only the young and the women. We still have young women, but they are busy. So thank you very much, all of you. You did a good job. You really did a good job, all of you, and not only in the organizing, actually in the content and the discussion. All of them have been side discussions, some of them on cloud, some of them on technology, some of them about cybersecurity, federation. So they were not only organizing the committee, the sessions, but also they have been having side discussions with relevant people on the topic that they are leading. Nadine is leading the cloud. Can you speak? Maybe. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay. They don't want to speak. They do work more than to speak. They work more, but not to speak. Maybe some of us like to speak, but some of them like to work. So thank you all, my team, and maybe we have this year also we have new thing that we have volunteers who came to help us. So allow me to invite the volunteers. I think we are left with 2, but we have some of them yesterday. But since they are students, they could not join us all the time. Volunteers, you are welcome. شكرا. So, chairman of the session, do you need me anymore? She says no, so I have to go. Thank you all. I think there are some. Go ahead.
Please let's welcome the host of e-AGE25, Jayonet, to deliver closing message.
الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لنا في شبكة الجامعات الأردنية جايونت أن نتقدم منكم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان على تشريفكم لنا ومشاركتكم بهذا المؤتمر، كما نقدر عاليا اهتمامكم وجهودكم المبذولة وحضوركم الفاعل الذي أضفى طابعا مميزا وقيمة كبيرة على فعالياته وساهم بشكل كبير في نجاحه. فقد ساهمت تعليقاتكم وآرائكم وحماسكم في إثراء نقاشات وفتح أبواب جديدة للبحث وخلق جهود جماعية عملت على بناء رؤية مشتركة ستساعد في تحسين تجاربنا المستقبلية. كما نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للمتحدثين الكرام على مشاركتكم القيمة وآرائكم الثاقبة وجهودكم الحثيثة لتقديم محتوى ثري وملهم من خلال أفكاركم وخبراتكم القيمة. فقد كان لمساهمتكم الفاعلة أثرا كبيرا في تحقيق أهداف هذا المؤتمر وجعله تجربة استثنائية لتبادل المعلومات والخبرات في آخر المستجدات العلمية في مجال البيئة التعليمية الإلكترونية. كذلك نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل للمنظمة العربية لشبكات البحث العلمي والتعليم آسرن، التي تعمل بجد واجتهاد للتطوير والتحسين وتبحث بحماس توجهات المستقبل والأثر الإيجابي والنتائج الملموسة التي يمكنها إحداثه في التعليم الإلكتروني المميز، سواء من خلال هذه الفعاليات والمبادرات المماثلة. كذلك أود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لنعرب عن خالص امتناننا للشركات الراعية لهذا المؤتمر. رعايتكم محورية في الارتقاء بهذا المؤتمر وسببا في تحقيق أهدافه المرجوة، ونحن حريصون على مواصلة تعزيز هذه العلاقة القيمة في المستقبل. وفي صدد الشكر فإننا لا ننسى أولئك الذين عملوا بجد واجتهاد وواصلوا الليل بالنهار، أولئك الجنود الذين عملوا من وراء الكواليس ليجعلوا من هذا المؤتمر حدثا مميزا. ونخص بالشكر فريق العمل من الجامعة الألمانية الأردنية الذين أظهروا احترافية وتميز في كل خطوة من خطوات الإعداد والتخطيط والتنفيذ. وأخيرا أود أن أؤكد بأننا في شبكة الجامعات الأردنية ممثلة بعطوفة رئيس هيئة المديرين الأستاذ الدكتور علاء الدين الحلحولي حريصون على تكرار هذه التجربة وحريصون على تطوير البنية التحتية والبيئة التعليمية الإلكترونية لخدمة قطاع التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي في أردننا العزيز، وحريصون كذلك على التعاون والشراكة الفاعلة مع ممثلي شبكات البحث والتعليم والبحث العلمي الوطنية والإقليمية والعالمية لبناء منظومة متكاملة وشبكة اتصالات إلكترونية تقدم آخر المستجدات العلمية والبحثية المتميزة لخدمة أردننا الحبيب تحت قيادة مليكنا جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني بن الحسين حفظه الله ورعاه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Ms. Mervat from Jayonet. And now, one more thing before we officially say goodbye. Don't you want to know where e-AGE26 will be hosted? Let's find out together.
بيكم. اهلا بيكم. شرفونا. مستنيينكم في مكتبة اسكندرية. مستنيينكم في مكتبة اسكندرية.
We invite Library of Alexandria for a few words, please.
Hi, I'm Dina Youssef. I'm the head of library sector, and I'm so honored to be standing here announcing that e-AGE26 will be hosted at the Library of Alexandria. We promise you an experience that you will keep in your memory for a very long time. What you saw in the video is just a glimpse of what the library offers. It's actually a rebirth of the ancient Library of Alexandria. It's much more than a library. It's more like a complex of culture, heritage, and also a vision to the future and a technology that is very advanced in every place and every space at the library. In e-AGE26, we have prepared, or we have a vision. We are hoping that you will enjoy the library and you get to know the services that we provide to the region, not only to our community in Alexandria. We expand our work and expand our activities and projects throughout the region, and we also have some international work together with very eminent institutions. So please enjoy coming to the Library of Alexandria and enjoy the lovely city of Alexandria. It's an amazing city, very relaxing, and with very interesting attractions, the citadel, the museum, so many attractions that you will really enjoy coming to the library and coming to Alexandria. And let me invite the rest of the team to let me introduce the rest of the team. Not my team, of course. I have here with me Dr. Ahmed Samir. He's the head of the ICT sector at the Library of Alexandria. And my team, Hagar and Marwa, they also work, and they will be coordinating with Asrin for the upcoming conference. Please. And we also have an exhibition for all technological projects of the library, and it's provided by our ICT geniuses at the Library of Alexandria.
Okay. Actually, we selected. I was invited to the library in 26, maybe 19 or so. It's not a library. It's more than that, as just my colleague mentioned. It's more than that. So I was so keen to visit again, and we worked to sign an MOU, and the MOU was signed maybe 3 months ago. Immediately we had conducted a workshop on open science. Some of you have attended. Everything is amazing. The contribution, the discussion, and everything. So I am confident that e-AGE26 will be different, and we promise for that. So I think now we are descending. So let's have a picture. We are descending to Cairo or Alexandria. Both have airports, so you can land there or there. Okay, thank you, and see you e-AGE26 in Alexandria. So e-AGE25 is closed, and see you. Thank you very much. Shukran.
One more thing, please. Can you join us for a group photo? All of us.
I always forget this. Let's have two rows. Dina.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please, now you can enjoy the time either in the next room with the sponsors, exhibition booths, and we have the lunch as well at the terrace. Thank you very much.